Good afternoon, everyone. We are so pleased to have you come and be with us tonight for the Pender County Board of Education meeting for June 13th. At this time, I ask that we will stand for our Pledge of Allegiance, and Mr. Cadera, if you'll lead us in that pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'm asked Ms. Burns that she'll introduce our minister that will be doing the invocation tonight.
Hi, this evening we are pleased to have Reverend Joey Kennedy from Hampstead Baptist Church. He will be leading us in our invocation. Yes, sir, please come right on up.
Let's pray together. Father, we pause now just to give you praise because you are utterly worthy of that. You are a great and mighty God. And Lord, you're great in so many ways, but your grace that is shed upon us in so many ways is yet another reason why you are great and amazing and awesome. Your grace is very evident now. It is evident in these civic leaders, and we're grateful for them, Lord. So we pray that your grace will be very abundant in this place on this night, Lord. Give much, much wisdom, bring kindness and just grace at every turn is our prayer. We're grateful for every child in this county, Lord. They are precious in your sight and in ours. So we pray that everything that is done will be done with them in mind for your glory. And we ask all of this in the name of our Lord Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
You may be seated. Board members, you've had the opportunity to look at the agenda. Is there any changes that are needing to be moved from information to action or consent to action? Not hearing any, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Ms. Burns has made the motion. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Have a second. Any discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. At this time, we'll have our recognitions.
Thank you, sir. So I think the majority of the people here probably for the Wall of Fame, so we'll get to that right away. I'd like to bring up Tammy Paris, who heads up the Pender Education Partnership, which is the fundraising arm of Pender County Schools. So she'd like to come up and introduce the inductees for this year.
Good evening. We are here to celebrate some icons from Pender County. And I can tell you that all of our honorees are Pender County alumni, and I think that's pretty special. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the individual forward. I'm going to read you a little bit about why the person was nominated, present the recognition and award, and I'm going to ask you to remain standing so we can get an entire group shot. Tonight, we have educators, we have a business entrepreneur, and two of these are pretty personal to me, so this is really going to be a lot of fun for me. I'm going to start with Mary Louise Batts. Mary Louise Batts was born in Hampstead, and she received her elementary and education in the Pender County Public Schools. She is the mother of one of our first honorees on the wall, Dr. Johnny Batts. Sister. Excuse me, sister. Sorry. My apologies. She may as well have been his mother from what I understand. She told him what to do and he did it. So there. 1962 graduate from Pender County Training School, Miss Mary attended elementary school at the Slough Point and Annandale Elementary and Middle School. She received her Bachelor's of Science degree in Physical Chemistry from North Carolina Central University. She graduated magna cum laude out of 600 students. She maintained a very high point grade average and became the first prestigious award recipient for Phi Beta Kappa. She is listed in Who's Who in America. She's also Delta Sigma Theta and a member of the university chorus. And Dr. Johnny likes to sing too, so that's hereditary. After graduating, Mary was intensely sought out by chemical companies. She chose employment with DuPont Chemical Company in Wilmington, Delaware. She worked in the laboratory doing chemical research. Mary had a strong desire to become a pediatrician. She was accepted in the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine and Pediatrics. And before starting medical school, Mary was diagnosed with a long-term illness. And unfortunately, she passed away at the age of 68. But in the words of her brother, Dr. Johnny Batts, she was a force to be reckoned with. You didn't mess with her. You did what you were told. You did not ask any questions. But she'd be the first one to hug you and scoop you up and tell you how important you were. So, Mr. Hansley, would you please come up and receive Miss Mary's recognition award, please, for the Wall of Fame. The next person that we are going to honor and recognize is Mary Lee Faison, a Rocky Point native who attended Pender County Schools her entire formative years. Pender County Training School, class of 1945, she was valedictorian at the age of 16. She attended Shaw University and graduated with cum laude honors. She worked in our Pender County school system as an administrative assistant, a home economics teacher, a cheerleading coach, and more. She began teaching at the age of 20, which allowed her to be a blessing for instructing 3 generations of children. Her tenure as a teacher in Pender County Training School ended with the integration of the public school system. She became a biology teacher and a cheering coach at Burgaw High School. And after Pender High School was completed, she taught home economics and family science. She was NC District Advisor for FHA, while also serving as a teacher at Pender High School. During her career, she also taught a night school program. Mary served in an advisory capacity for development and implementation of the NC Teaching Fellows program. She retired in 1990 with almost 40 years of teaching, guiding, and coaching. She is remembered as a mentor, a supporter, an educator, a hero, and a teacher's teacher. She impacted Pender County and the state with her teaching wisdom. Judge Faison, will you come forward and receive this honoree, please? You'll stand right up here. All right. Now, June McLaughlin Robbins. Her family's settled in the community of Pender Lee, and she attended Pender Lee School until her junior year in high school. In her senior year at Pender High School, she opened and was a member of the first graduating class at Pender High School in 1976. Her love of education, which was fostered by teachers at Pender Lee, led her to the University of North Carolina, Wilmington, where she received her undergraduate degree as a master's. She earned an administration degree from East Carolina University. She continued teaching through the Topsail school system, which is now the county's Hampstead Annex. She taught at C.F. Pope Elementary, Burgaw Middle, and Pender Lee. She served as a principal at West Pender Middle School. She worked 30 years in the Pender County school system. After retirement, served as interim assistant principal at South Topsail Elementary School, Cape Fear Middle, and Pender Lee School. She also teaches substitute teacher training for Cape Fear Community College. I know this because I'm her supervisor. If you don't think that words are powerful to a young person today, take it from this 52-year-old little girl who recalls the words of her 5th grade teacher about wearing glasses. A good education can change anyone. A good teacher can change everything. And the day you told me that I had the prettiest eyes you could ever seen, and those glasses magnified, I wasn't afraid to wear them. June McGlowan, please come forward. As if you don't have enough of these things on your desk. Okay. Right. Well, let's move right on along. William Henry Jordan, born in 1934 in Burgaw, graduated in 1952 from Pender County Training School, Rocky Point. His love of math was fostered at North Carolina Agriculture and Technical State University. Following graduation, William returned to Pender County to teach math at C.F. Pope, where he also coached basketball and served as assistant principal. His career impacted many West Pender County schools as he served as principal in Maple Hill, Rocky Point, and at West Pender Elementary. Near the end of his 40-year career, William worked in the central office. Throughout his dedication to Pender County students, William was a father figure who tutored math and mentored many. He built and cleared land for a ball field, installed a basketball hoop at his home to keep students active and out of trouble. William received numerous awards for his outstanding leadership from the schools he served, as well as an Outstanding Service Award for his involvement with the Southeastern Center for Mental Health, Developmental Disabilities, and Substance Abuse Service. He was honored with the Community Leadership Award due to his service to Pender County from Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity and Hall's Chapel Missionary Baptist Church. Another deserving individual, in my opinion, Mr. William Jordan. Would someone please come up and receive this recognition? Mr. Jordan, my apologies. I saw you when you came in the door in that dapper suit. You are so welcome. All right, you'll just remain up here with the group. Can you hold that? All right. And our last two. This man needs another introduction, but I'm going to give him one anyway. Jeff Rivenbark, an award-winning broadcast journalist and news anchor. Jeff is an ambassador for Pender County Schools. He grew up in Burgaw, where he attended Burgaw Elementary, Burgaw Junior High, and Pender High School. Following high school, Jeff pursued a degree and a career in journalism. Jeff graduated with an MA in journalism from Regent University in 1997. After working a short time in Washington, D.C., he accepted a morning anchor position at ABC affiliate KQTV in St. Louis, Missouri. 2 years later, he moved to Greenville, North Carolina, where he was the weekend anchor reporter at CBS affiliate WNCT. He took a detour off the TV career track for a short time and worked as a public information officer for North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services in Raleigh. Returning to journalism, Jeff's career brought him back to major news markets that included Raleigh, Charlotte, and Greensboro. He was able to return to his beloved Lower Cape Fear home with work at WWAY, which allowed him to be closer to his parents and extended family. Jeff is impacting future journalists by teaching classes at the University of North Carolina, Wilmington. Jeff is quick to share that his experiences in Pender County schools shaped him into the person he is today. Jeff Rivenbark, will you come forward to be recognized? All right. And last but not least, Fearless, creative, and bold describes our next recipient. Brad Knight, my classmate, a 1989 Topsail High School graduate, once a pirate, always a pirate. And he is a Seahawk. He graduated from UNCW. Brad followed his father's boat building legacy and forged his own path as the premier fishing boat builder in coastal North Carolina and beyond. Brad's company, Onslow Bay Boat Works, is in Holly Ridge, and it offers expertly designed and crafted offshore and tournament edition center console boats. Brad built a world-class 50,000 square foot manufacturing facility in Holly Ridge that propels the company to a promising future filled with innovation, quality, and high performance. Brad and his family regularly support the Hempstead community in school, church, and civic activities. Pender County is proud of its native son. Brad Knight is looking forward to many exciting accomplishments still to come. Brad, will you come forward so we can recognize you, my friend? Folks, let's give a round of applause for all of them.
And so the new inductees will join the Wall of Fame, who continue to build to that year in and year out. And Tammy, will open the nominations for the next class, I would assume, shortly.
Absolutely.
And that's always up and running on our website, if you can get on that website as well. If there's anyone that you would like to nominate for Wall of Fame induction. Again, congratulations to the inductees this year.
Thank you.
So recognitions don't end with the Wall of Fame. We also have some recognitions that are within the Pender County school system right now. Lisa Nowman, our chief finance operator, will come up, and she has some individuals that she would like to recognize for some recent, well, I don't want to say recent hard work, because you always work hard. But some recent accolades because of your hard work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, board chair, board vice chair, members, audience. I would first like to just say that it is my great honor and pleasure to serve.
Miss Lisa, if you just wait just a second, let's just wait a second and let everyone that's getting out that way, because it's hard to hear. I want everyone that's being recognized to have that opportunity, so thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we have a 3-minute recess just to make sure that everything is cleared out efficiently?
Yes, Ms. Burns, this time we consider ourselves with a 3-minute recess.
And we're live again.
Okay, we're back from recess. Ms. Nowlan.
So I will introduce Ms. Nowlan again because she does such a good job. I'll introduce her twice. Ms. Nowlan is our Chief Finance Officer, and again, she has some folks that work under her that have recently gotten some pretty good accolades. They've completed some work that really makes a difference for what they do, helping us do what we do. So, Ms. Nowlan, would you like to come on back up?
Thank you, Lord. I will say again, it's my pleasure to work with these people in finance that are being recognized today. First is, let me discuss what they're being recognized for. North Carolina Association of School Business Officials is a recognized organization that provides professional development opportunities so that they can be better at their craft. It's this whole state of North Carolina, so all districts participate. So my first person is Melissa Barnhill. Participated in the Directors Academy, which is a year-long commitment. So, thank you, Melissa, for all that you do. The next member, Sherry Sanderson, also graduated from the Directors Academy. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you. The next person, Anisha Lee for the NCSBO Treasurer Academy. And this is their 4-month program. Thank you, and we appreciate all you do. The next one is Letitia Beatty. And this is for, again, 4 months of dedication. Thank you for all you do.
Gonna get a group picture with them.
You guys want to come up and get a group picture? Bob, I'll get you the skinny side.
No. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Taking nothing but pictures of Sherry right now. Thank you.
And in case you all don't know, we have a very serious job, and we like to also have fun and laugh.
So our next round of recognitions, I will have Dee Owens come up. So Dee is our elementary and Title I school director. She has some folks that are already preparing for the next school year for their accolades this evening.
People who know me know that I have a song for everything, and it's always a country song. So when I think about the coaches, I think about a Thomas Rhett song that says, people say I'm lucky, but lucky's not the word, I'm blessed. And that is the only way I know how to describe the team that I work with. And that is our elementary instructional coaches. I'm going to ask them to come on up, and then I'll tell you, because I want them to be up here with me. I don't like being alone. So come on up, please. North Carolina did a big push to help our K-3 literacy. It began with the science of reading, and our elementary coaches jumped on board far beyond a lot of the districts, our neighboring districts, and worked really hard to be out front and to support our administrators, our teachers, all for the improvement of our students. And that work has not stopped. As we have adopted new resources, these coaches have taken the lead to not just learn the curriculum, but to go through training to become facilitators of the training so that they can support Pender County in the sustainability of growing our teachers that we have now and our future teachers. When I say goes above and beyond, that doesn't even cover it. Our coaches have been going through the letters training, which is a college course. 2 of them have become facilitators of Letters Volume 1 this year, and they also took on becoming facilitators for our foundational phonics program of foundations. So all 4 of these coaches worked at one school, worked with teachers and students, had people from the company to come in, and they are all now facilitators of foundations, so they are ready to train our teachers for next year. So I'd like to recognize and say thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the work you do. Tara Wood, Lisa Hanline, oh, you all got in line, Jennifer Buttrey, and Jennifer Atkinson. Please join
You all know one another. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. We'll get board members with you. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then the final recognitions of the night, if you pay any attention to the meetings, I always have Dominique Bates go last because you don't want to follow Dominique just because of the energy that he brings. So Dominique is in charge of our career technical education, and he's got some folks that he'd like to be recognized as well. We've got staff and students tonight in recognitions.
No pressure, Bob, no pressure at all.
Come on, man, juice it up.
So, the first student that we want to recognize tonight is Isabel Soto. So if Isabel and Mr. Dixon can come forward, I would appreciate it. Come on up, y'all. Come on up. So I just want to take I'm going to let Mr. Dixon tell you what she did, but I just want to take a moment to just read to you what a CTSO is. It's a Career and Technical Student Organization, but they put in so much hard work. Isabel is here because she's a state winner. You know, I'm sorry we can't give you a championship ring today, but we do have a certificate for you. But that's the type of work and dedication that she's put in, and that's what, you'll see what it's been taking her to get to where she is. So a CTSO's purpose is to help students develop citizenship, technical leadership, and teamwork skills essential in preparing for careers and further educations. They enhance students' civic awareness and provide opportunities for developing social competencies and a wholesome attitude about living and working. And so Isabel has been a part of Skills USA with her advisor, Mr. Dixon, and we can't go without, recognizing Mr. Dixon because, she's just a reflection of the influence that he's had on all of his students and not just her. And so, Mr. Dixon, I want you to tell everybody what she did to win first place.
Good evening. She competed in what they call the Masonry Billboard competition, where it's kind of stiff competition where you're supposed to display what your Masonry program is all about. Okay? And she did a well job. She had an interview, a presentation, she had to get in front of a panel of judges, and just talk and reflect on what you learned and what is about the masonry program at Pender High School. And let them know that in the state that we are at least the top 5 in the state. We want to keep that going. So when you go to these competitions and they see Pender High there, then run for their money. Okay? And that's what she did. She presented her billboard. I mean, she painted it, she displayed it, put pictures on it. She took pictures while we was working in the class in the shop. So that was part of her presentation she had. Then she had to get in front of a panel of judges and present it. And they must have liked it so much to give her first place. So she got a plaque. State recognition, that's a big thing to me. Excuse me to say it's a big thing. So I'm very, very proud of her and hope she continue on in the program, and we'll see what next year brings to you.
So next student is McKinley Harrell. McKinley Horrell. Don't let me mess it up. Come on up, McKinley. Come on up. It's Horrell. Right. Call me anything, but get my name right. So I got you, girl. So McKinley Horrell was a first place winner in nurse aid skills for Skills USA. She's going to Cape Fear Community College, and she's put in the exact same work that Isabel had to put in. You know, this is practicing after school. This is learning skills in her nurse aid class. This is learning skills and practicing, you know, during the enrichment period, and just spending extra time working on her craft. And McKinley, she's so amazing that she has already earned a job with Novant Health in the neurology department. And so, awesome job. Yeah, girl, I read about you. I read about you. So, just congratulations to her. I do want her advisor to come up. She's a new teacher. New health science teacher at Pender High School, but she's one of the Skills USA advisors. She was there. Her name was Miss Garrison. She was there, and she helped with Skills USA this year. And so we appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. And then we have one more special recognition, and I'm gonna ask this lady to get off her knees.
I'm just taking photos.
She's always working.
What?
Come on. She didn't know. It's a surprise to her, but we want her to. We really want to recognize her, and I'm just gonna trust this. What I'm gonna say with, I am honored to be here and to serve Pender County Schools as the CTE director, right? But when I met her, within 5 minutes of us talking and having a conversation, I said, what am I doing here? Why are you not the CTE director? There's more to it. We'll talk about that later. But, you know, it's just a testament to being able to work with people who are smarter than you, who are better than you, who are so dedicated to their craft that they just make everyone else around them so much better. And so, Ms. Stokes, we want to recognize you at Pender High School this one school year. You have helped us sign 4 students on to pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship programs. You have landed. You have landed 3 other students in paid internships, which they usually don't happen, paid internship opportunities. And so I gave you a mission, and you took it and you ran with it, and you have exceeded expectations. And so when we say we want to be number 1, you have taken us above and beyond number 1. So we really, really appreciate you. Stokes.
Please give me a little bit.
You got it? No, you're not. You got it. No, you're fine.
I'm gonna leave and go to your car after that.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Is that all, Mr. Ball?
That's why you don't follow Mr. Bates. And Mr. Chair, that does end the recognitions.
What a wonderful opportunity it is to recognize our folks and the exciting things that are happening in Pender County Schools. We did not have any call-ins tonight for public comment, and we did not have any sign-ins. And so there is no public comment section for tonight. The next on our agenda is information. We have an update. If Miss Lisa, if you will give us that, please, for Link.
Good afternoon again, Board Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, audience. So you all asked for an update on access to Link and asked for us to bring someone from Link to represent, to answer any questions. So I have Ms. Susan Sharp here, who's the Vice President, and she wants to come up. And then Kevin Kelly is also here somewhere. He's the Director of Client Support. So at this time, we have emailed all of you where we stand with access, that we could not provide read-only access to the board as a whole without any PII information possibly being exposed. So I bring them to answer any questions you have.
I think Kevin just stepped out, so.
That's not a problem. Did you want to, we've got your information, but did you want to have any opening or any kind of remarks, or do you want us to just go right into the Q&A?
I just want to say it's such a privilege to be here. We've worked with Pender County. Our company is, we are based in Wilmington, North Carolina. Our founder was a finance officer and actually went into the business to help provide more modernized systems for school districts in North Carolina. That's how we got started. And at first we only had nutrition products and ERP products. We're a little bit bigger now, but we still treat our North Carolina connections as the most important connections that we have, including Pender County. Of course, you're our neighbor. I first worked with Pender County in 2013. I was here for the upgrade of their system from the AS400 platform, which everyone, if they remember the green screen, to our Windows platform, which is what they use today. And I've also been involved with their both their Meals Plus nutrition product and their Titan nutrition product that they use today. So again, it's just a privilege to be here. Being here with all of you reminds me of what we do and why we do it every day. So nobody told me I was going to cry, but I did. So I'm just very grateful to be with you all today and to answer any questions that you might have about our product.
Thank you for taking the time and doing this
Absolutely.
for such an important issue. So what I'll do at this time then is I'll just step back, and if any board members have any questions or anything that you're wanting clarification of, then I'll recognize you at that time. Mr. Cordero, I'll just go down the line. We'll start with you, Mr. Cordero.
Thank you, sir. So, and forgive me, the underlying goal that we're trying to achieve is to have the board have access to the finance data. And we want, just for a variety of different reasons, obviously this board approves the budget, and has a fiduciary responsibility to our citizens who entrust us with approving the budget to ensure that the money's being spent wisely. And so in order to exercise that responsibility, I found, and I think the majority of the board would find, that it would be helpful to have access to the software. As I understand it, you have communicated to staff, Ms. Nolan and her team, that it is not possible for you to create some kind of role within the software system that allows access to data other than PII, PII being social security numbers, dates of birth, things of that nature, demographic data. Do I understand that correctly? I just want to make sure that there's no miscommunication.
That is correct, that we could not guarantee that someone could not be able to access PII. Yes, we, absolutely. I think one of the first principles of financial information is that you limit access as much as possible. And so from the finance standpoint, I think they would not be able to guarantee 100% that you would be able to completely lock out access to PII.
Who is they?
For the administrators of the finance system.
Okay, so you're talking about Pender County Schools employees when you say they, right?
Yes, sir. Your
They would not be able to
finance
guarantee.
staff. Yes.
Can you design the software in a way that limits access? So what I'm worried about is essentially what you're telling me, I understand to mean that basically any employee can access PII, right? Because you're saying that you can't guarantee that you can create a role in the finance software system that prevents access to PII. So basically any employee could have access to PII, right?
No, sir.
So how do you do that?
So our security is role-based security.
Right.
So there are specific roles that are created, and then specific aspects of the information stored in the finance system are accessible based on those created roles. However, humans create those roles. And so that is the responsibility of the administrators of the system to be able to create and manage and maintain the security system based on those roles that are created.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from you is you're putting it on staff, but staff is trying to put it on you. So I'm in a very difficult position because what I've heard from staff is software companies telling us we can't do this. But you're saying the opposite. You're saying that it is possible to create a role, right? But that staff has concerns that they can do it properly? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think that it's just that any system that is based on a human creating it could not be 100% guaranteed that there would not be some type of error that might give you access to PII.
So I'm going to go back to my initial question. So there is a possibility. Let's compare the possibilities. If we created a role for a staff member, and that staff member was, let's say, a low-level AP clerk, and their job is to enter invoices and things of that nature, we don't want them to have access to your social security number or anyone else's social security number, right? We design the role in such a way,
Yes.
right? Is that possible?
Yes, but again, humans create that role. So the 100% guarantee could never be in place for anyone, really. That's the nature of software.
I understand there's a certain human error component, right?
Yes.
But we're trying to achieve an objective, which is the board having financial oversight ability. And so my argument would be that we don't hamstring the exercise of that responsibility based on the 1 in 1 millionth chance that someone makes an error. Because the probability of the error is the probability of creating an error if we're because we're talking about designing roles, right?
Yes.
And so if we design a role for an AP clerk or we design a role for the board member, how is that process any more or less prone to human error? Or is it the same? Is the chance of human error the same because you're just designing two different roles, right?
Yes, but I think what an administrator's responsibility is to weigh the ability that they have to provide information against the risk that might be entered into if they expand access to the financial system. From a best practice standpoint, as we advise districts when we do implement them, that's one of the principles that we advise as a best practice. We don't direct security roles in any way, we just give them best practices. But as a fundamental principle, you try to limit access if someone can be provided with information based on our reporting capabilities, or any of the extracts that they're able to provide. So we always advise that you limit access as much as possible.
Okay, so I'll kind of cut off this question because I think that I hear you saying it's not that the software is not capable. Software is capable of doing it. It's that there is a minute possibility of human error that makes it impossible for you as a software vendor to say that it is 100% certain that nobody will get access to this PII. Is that an accurate characterization of your position?
I don't like the word minute because I'm always
So
aware of
how would you
risk.
change that adjective?
Just to say there's always a risk. That's how I would characterize it.
Again, it's a trade-off, right? We're trading off the possibility of this risk
Yes.
with the board not having access to basically look at the school system's books, okay?
No,
So
well, I
we have
would-
to balance that risk with.
I would argue against that because with the reporting capabilities that we have, you are actually able to look at the books.
So it's possible you're saying that you could let me run a report. I could sign in or have some access to some system and run a report. Is that
Well,
right?
or they can provide that to
So
you.
the issue
and
with
give
that
you
is, it's been several
notification.
weeks since I submitted my last request to Ms. Nolan, and she's busy, and I understand it completely. It's a busy time of year, but I don't want to have to wait several weeks for a staff member to go, and stop all of their other work in order to run a report for me, okay? That hampers my ability to do my job, which is to exercise my fiduciary responsibility for the people who put me right here, okay? So I'll ask the same question. Is it possible for us to have access to some kind of reporting system that I would be able to run a report for myself or any other member of this board would be? So let's say we want to find out what the last check was or how many checks we've written and what amounts to your software company, because I want to find out how much money we've spent with Link. I want to find out whether it's worth it. Is there a system that you can give us access to where I could do that?
That I can give you access to?
Well, no, that the software could be designed to provide without this risk of human error.
No.
Okay. So
There's
you're saying it's
always a
impossible.
risk of
Right.
human, there's always a risk of human error.
Okay. Again, I don't agree with the human error argument, but I understand that you want to bring it up. How much do we pay for the software that you provide annually?
I don't have that
Ms.
number
Nolan,
with
do you
me.
have that information?
Have that right available.
Okay. So I would want to know that. When's the last time we did an RFP, Ms. Nolan, for ERP software?
I am not certain of that either. I can provide you that information.
Okay.
Is there any other school district that their board members have access to what is being questioned about at this particular meeting?
Definitely, of course, every
That you
school
work
district,
that you work with?
not that I'm aware of, no, not direct access.
Those are all the questions I have.
And
for
again,
now.
not that I'm aware of, that doesn't mean that there's not, but,
I believe your colleague came in.
oh, Kevin? Yeah, come on. This is Kevin Kelly, he's our Director of Client Support, and he involved works with the Finance Department to answer questions and provide support.
Okay. If something comes up to your mind, Mr. Cordero, just let me know.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Hall, do you have any questions, comments, or anything?
I have none.
Okay. Ms. Burns, do you have any questions or comments for our guest?
I have no questions, but every time this issue has come up, I have always said that I believe that this is overreach. Personally, for myself, I don't want access to this financial software because we have a CFO who has passed her audit with very high marks. And I believe this boils down to a matter of, do you trust your CFO is doing her job? And she's passed her audit. I trust you. So that's really that's all I have to say on the matter.
Mr. Springer, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, in contrast to what Ms. Burns said, I don't think it's overreach, but when we got transactional data showing that transactions that have been made that are unaccounted for is a problem. You know, when we're spending, I'm just going to go ahead and say this out in the public, we're spending money at Brown Dog Coffee Company and print shops, that's a problem. Does taxpayers know that this parking money is getting spent at the coffee shop? Or do they know that, you know, we're providing teachers or principals or whatever, T-shirts and goodie bags like they're getting ready to sign up for college and all this other nonsense stuff, in my opinion, right? So I don't look at it like overreach. I ask you, ma'am or sir, what all schools do y'all provide services for across the state of North Carolina?
We actually have 80 of the 115 as our ERP customers, and then I believe it's 110 of the 115 for our nutrition product.
Okay.
So we are the primary vendor in North Carolina.
So what counties out of that 115 are you a part of?
What counties?
Mm-hmm.
There's 80 of them.
There's 100 counties in North Carolina. What?
Well, no, there's school districts. There's 115
80 school districts.
Yes, we have 80 school districts as customers for our ERP financial product of the 115 school districts.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. And we also have 190, around 184 of the charter schools in North Carolina.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there any other questions or comments from board members? I'll just now, since each one of you have individually had opportunity to speak, I'll just open up the floor.
I do have a couple more comments, if that's acceptable.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
No, that's fine.
So first, I want to say that it's not a matter of trust. I trust you inherently, Ms. Nolan. Please know that. I trust your staff. It's not a matter of trust at all. But I think that it takes a group of people to manage the amount of resources that the school system is responsible for. It's not just one person or a small number of people that can do it. It's excess of $100 million, and the money goes a lot of different places. It comes from a lot of different resources. And I'm coming from a person who is a certified government finance officer from the UNC School of Government. I'm a CPA. I have plenty of experience in this area. I've implemented ERPs, Microsoft, Oracle, a variety of different products in a variety of different circumstances. And this is the first time I've ever been told that it is impossible to design a role that does not have classified or does not have access to PII. And I know you're not saying it's not possible. You're saying that there is a possibility of human error when that role is created that will result in someone having the ability to access PII. My view of that in context is there is a chance that deputy sheriff his weapon in his holster is going to misfire because of an error in the manufacturing process, that he might take it out of his holster and he might accidentally shoot somebody, right? Due to no error, to his error or a manufacturing error or something like that. There is a chance that light fixture above that gentleman who's holding that camera might fall down and hit him in the head and kill him because it was not installed properly. But we don't operate in that world. We do not and should not operate in a world where, because there is a small chance that there is some human error, that some bad thing will happen, that we don't exercise our responsibility as a board to make sure that the $125 million and $177 million that we're about to issue in school bonds is not spent responsibly, okay? So I want that to be clear to everybody, that I'm not saying that I have lack of trust. I'm saying that it takes a group of people who are motivated to doing the best thing possible for the residents of Pender County in order to make sure that we handle these resources in the best way possible. And I am not deterred by some small, minute possibility of human error when we're designing a role in order to hamper our access to financial data, okay? And it's the same, again, the same risk exists where if you were to create that role for an AP clerk, that there is a possibility that it's not configured properly and that AP clerk all of a sudden has access to everybody's birthday, social security number, et cetera. I mean, we see data breaches in the federal government and the state government all the time. but that should not hamper our ability to perform an essential function, which is fiduciary responsibility. Touching on the comment that Mr. Springer made, which is, we don't know where this parking money is going. So, and I've asked for reports, and again, it's been several weeks since I've had any response. And the only explanation is, well, staff's really busy, okay? So that makes me a little frustrated because I want to get information that has to do with where the public money that we're responsible for is going, and I cannot get it. And so this is me trying to give the entire board access. And again, I don't think that just because there's a small possibility that there's human error should prevent us from moving forward with this. But that's all I have to say. So thank you very much for listening. And I appreciate you coming out, by the way, both of you.
Thank you.
Is there any other comments? Dr. Breedlove, if you're not prepared to answer this, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but just point of inquiry. Mr. Cordero made the statement that his requests that are being made, what is the typical turnaround or should be considered? I know that if we have a request at that very moment, I know you have to drop everything that you're currently doing, but what would be considered a typical turnaround, or what should be the turnaround typically?
Typically, it'd be a couple of days, probably. It just depends on what's on the agenda. Of course, my response to that request several weeks ago was we are in end of the year closeout, which means that pretty much everything that we're doing in the finance office is shutting down 1 year, and opening up another. So they are working around the clock trying to get that business taken care of. But certainly in a typical week during the school year, a couple of days, a day or two, just depends on what's on the agenda for our finance team to run their report.
How long normally is these reports, if they were to be printed out and any information that had to be redacted for security purposes, typically how long would that be, Ms. Nowlin? And that might be hard to answer, because I know every month might be different, but if a report was done weekly how would that be?
There are some reports that would not require redacting, so it would be an instant report. There would be others, depending on payroll information with socials, that may take, we have 1,000+ employees, so every social would have to be redacted. I would say probably a week. And that depends on what level of the request of the report is being asked specifically and how it wants to be presented.
Is this a SQL database-based product, or what's the underlying data infrastructure? Can somebody answer that for me?
It's a SQL database, yes.
Right. So there's a report writer where you can literally mix and match wherever every field that you would want. So for example, if I wanted a payroll report and I wanted all the salaries, someone could just go into the report system and just click the salary field and not the social security number field, right?
Well, it's not, they don't build reports directly based on the database. There are standard reports within the product. And then there are some that are Excel-based, for example. So they can run one of those two.
So there's no custom reporting module as part of the software package. Do I understand that correctly?
There is a custom query module that's based on SQL queries.
Right.
But, yes.
So that's what I'm getting at.
Yes.
So if they wanted to build a custom report, they could just go to the custom query, find the appropriate data table for the salary, not the social security number, put that in the custom report and run it, and there would be no need to redact anything, right?
Not if it was run in that way, true.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if there's no other, we appreciate your time for coming out tonight and for answering the questions that were presented. And once again, thank you for the service that you provide for our district. Thank you.
Thank y'all for having us.
I believe 7.2 is our EC program updates.
I have a motion for this topic, sir, if that's acceptable.
We're not at that, that would be under.
I'm sorry, we're under.
That would be under
information
action 9.2.
Thank you, sir. I apologize for the
No
interruption.
problem.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
I have Miss Melanie McCready here with me tonight as well as the EC Director, just in case there's any other questions. This is just an update for you on the sustained support guidance for the 23-24 school year. And just as a reminder, all students are general education students first. EC services are supplemental to general education. And the least restrictive environment is a federal requirement as outlined on the last page of the resource that was given to you. The term sustained support is used to describe the time that the students are in with their non-disabled peers rather than a separate placement or classroom. And just as a general guideline, students spending 20% or less of their school day away from non-disabled peers are referred to as special education, general education students. Students spending 21 to 60% of their time of their school day away from their non-disabled peers are referred to as special education, general skills students. And then students that spend greater than 60% of their school day away from their non-disabled peers are referred to as special education sustained support. So essentially what we're doing with this for K-8 this year is coming into compliance with federal law to ensure that students are receiving special education services, whether they are in a inclusion classroom and or in a sustained support classroom, which is outlined by the IEP and the IEP team. Some of the things that we have done, steps that we've taken thus far, we've met with school administrators to share guidance and gather feedback, met with EC teachers and related service providers to share guidance, gather feedback, and for time for questions and answers, phone calls to families to answer questions individually, letters to families to follow up on information shared, emails to parents to notify of virtual Q&A sessions, held open forums for parents as well where we shared guidance documents that were given to admin and teachers, shared with them North Carolina policy and law as well, referring to least restrictive environment. Some of our next steps in the process are to conduct transition meetings for students returning to their base schools, amend IEPs if changes to accommodations or modifications are needed. We're working on a professional development plan and ongoing support and coaching to include the following: inclusive and differentiated classroom practices, co-teaching training and support, and IEP accommodations and modifications. And those will be ongoing as we work through the school year, before the school year starts, throughout the summer, and ongoing throughout the school year as well, to ensure that we are providing support to our teachers. Reviewing service bands and teacher allotment based on student movement, and scheduling a following up meeting with parents with updates as needed. Some of the other things that we have done to ensure that the students are taken care of as they are transitioning back into a regular classroom, some of them, we have Move This World social skills curriculum that they receive daily. We also have Circle of Friends, which helps to support building relationships and healthy interactions as they are working with students in a general education classroom. So I would invite Ms. McCready up if you guys have any questions or if I missed anything.
You did great.
And if you guys have any questions concerning the K-8 sustained support plan moving forward.
All right, we'll start with you, Ms. Burns. Do you have any questions?
There you go. Well, my first question is, I'm glad that you're giving general ed teachers some training because not every gen ed teacher has training in EC. And who's going to be giving this training? Are we doing this in-house or are we?
In-house, right. So EC leadership team, coordinators, program specialists,
Okay.
myself and the assistant director.
Okay, because I think it's real important. I'm a firm believer in least restrictive environment, obviously. But you have to make sure that that least restrictive environment is a good setting for any kids that you're thinking about moving. And I know that you were talking about the IEPs. So do you already have all the IEPs amended for this, or are we in the middle of meetings right now?
Yeah,
Okay.
so some happened the 2 weeks after school ended, and then some will happen the 2 weeks before school starts in August. Not every IEP needs to be amended either. Some will stay the same. For some students, the amount of time that was on their IEP is their least restrictive environment, and that will stay the same.
Right. Like I said, I just want to make sure that these kids, and I know that there's not that many of them, but I just want to make sure that, you know, they're making a transition to a new school, and I noticed that you guys did have a transition plan for that, and I thank you for that, because a lot of times, sometimes that gets overlooked. But as of right now, I guess that is about the end of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Springer, do you have any questions?
No, sir, I don't.
Mr. Hall?
No.
Mr. Cordero?
No, sir.
Thank you for your presentation.
I rescind that. Can I say something?
Sure.
Ma'am, who do I need to talk to in your department as far as getting my child the IEP followed like it's supposed to be according to the writing? Because she's supposed to be pulled out of class 3 or 4 times, and she didn't get pulled out of class once. Now, I contacted the principal, and I tried to go through the whole chain of command, and it fell on deaf ears.
So as a parent, it's always your right to call an IEP team meeting. And I would recommend that you do that if you have any concerns or if anything needs to be changed as part of the IEP.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. At this time, 7.3,
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor.
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
I have 2 policies that were taken to committee. The first one to review is policy 3420R, promotion and accountability R&P. Essentially, the paragraphs and bullet points were changed into a chart, so it's easier for staff and for parents to understand the policy and the R&P. It also gives some additional flexibility for additional AP classes to be taken by students and for an additional advanced placement in classes as well. I'm happy to take any questions on that policy. This is presented as first read.
Any questions, board members? Okay.
The second policy presented to you today is 3210, parental inspection of materials. This was reviewed in committee with the recommendation to differentiate the role of the media coordinator in terms of their responsibility through the process. So essentially, the media coordinator and the team would select books and materials for the library, or for the media center, I should say. At that particular point, if a book becomes challenged by a parent, that member of that media coordinator becomes an ex officio member of the committee. They're still there to provide information, but not a voting member. Likewise, if the committee, or excuse me, if the parent chooses to go above that into the board, the CMAC committee, then that particular media coordinator would be excused from that particular case, because that involves that particular media coordinator school. In a nutshell, lots of words in there, but that's what it essentially means.
Okay. Is there any questions or comments about that?
So this is, Mr. Taylor, this has got to do with the books too, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, as we discussed in committee, with Mr. Lawson and Ms. Cordero, did we get anything finalized about getting a standard across the board? What you take out of one middle school, you take out all?
Not in this policy, no.
Okay, so that's a different policy.
It's the same policy, we just didn't amend that.
Same policy as the one we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's more of a procedure. We can certainly add it to policy, but we can also add it as a procedure as well. So this particular policy is, let me get back to it so I don't mess up the number. 3210, parental inspection and objection to instructional materials.
Mm-hmm.
We can create or modify the 3210R, which would be the R&P commonly called, and that can have procedures in there that would be able to accommodate that
I would just say that, is that a way to move, make that happen?
Sure.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
before we pass off on this.
Yeah, because this is the first read.
Okay.
So this is those kind of questions that we need to continue.
Yep.
Mr. McPherson, if we were to add that language as an amendment to the policy revision that's being discussed, would we need to start again with another first read, or would we be able to move to the second read? I'm just curious to make sure that we're following the proper procedure.
Because it is first reading, you can certainly edit and then come back at second reading in a different version. So you
Okay,
certainly
great.
can. So, thanks for asking.
Absolutely.
Any additional questions?
Thank you,
We'll
Mr.
have to
Taylor.
go through this at the next committee
Okay.
meeting.
Thank
for policy. Thank you.
Okay, 7.5, K8, design build presentation.
I don't think that was.
Design Build Foundation.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. This has been a long time coming. I'll give a little bit of history. We selected an architect back last fall, right before the bond was approved. We crafted the RFQ for CM at Risk. That was never released. We decided to change our delivery method to a design build. We then put out an RFQ for a design build. We had 8 submittals. We narrowed the field to 5. We selected 5 members of the operations divisions, as well as a K-8, an elementary school principal and a middle school principal from a K-8 design facility, and conducted interviews of the 5 firms and narrowed it down to now 4 firms who have been invited to present tonight as the final step in the selection process prior to contract development. Each firm has been notified. They have 10 minutes for their presentation, and then I'm sure there will be questions afterwards. In an effort to be as non-biased and non-prejudicial as possible, I allowed them to select the time or rank in order of their interview. However, I simply reversed the order of the interview for this evening's presentations. I will introduce one member of the firm who I've communicated with the most during this time. The first person to present, or the first group to present, is New Atlantic and HCM, Mr. Gary Hubler.
Mr. Lawson, just to make sure that we are fair to each group, if you'll, once they start, if you'll begin the timer.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Hi there.
10 minutes.
Good evening.
If you need the lights dim, we'll be glad to do that.
Seems to be getting brighter, so, I know what's on it, so could you see it? That's the important thing. I look better when it's dark, so. Well, were you ready to get started?
You want the light or you don't want the light?
It's as long as you can see it.
Oh, I can see, I want you to be
I'm
comfortable.
okay with the lights being on.
Okay.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is John Morrison. I'm Executive Vice President with New Atlantic Contracting. On behalf of all my teammates here this evening and all of our companies that we teamed with to hopefully build your project, thank you for this opportunity. We realize this is a major project for Pender County, and we are excited to be considered to be your builder. I want to highlight just quickly 3 things about our team. We're a highly experienced team of K through 12 builders. That's primarily 85% of our business is what we do is in the education sector across the state. Design build leaders, we do a lot of private design build work. We also do a lot of public design build work as well, which is quite different. There's a particular state statute you have to follow, and we know that very well. I'm proud to say we're actually building the largest ever state construction administered design build project. We've got that project under construction right now, so we know how this process works. We've worked together for over 20 years. Our first project that we ever did together was actually a K through 12 project, and we're working together right now. The other thing you asked was the main point of contact. This would be actually Dwayne Rakestraw. Dwayne is a project director with New Atlantic Contracting. He's been with the company since the very beginning, and he actually built the 3rd largest high school in North Carolina, so he has a tremendous amount of K-12 experience. The next slide basically represents all the different school systems that we work for. We heard earlier this evening there's 115 in North Carolina. We've worked for 34 of them, so that's a good representation of our experience across the state. And then I'd like to highlight just lastly, our K through 12 education and our higher ed education is almost 600 projects. We've done 20 projects collectively in Pender County, many with the school system, and again, 34 school systems is who we've worked for.
So my name's Gary Hubler, and I've been before this board before, and I've had the privilege of helping Pender County compile the information for your successful bond referendum, and I thank you for that opportunity. I've designed 18 projects here in Pender County in the past, great memories, love to have some more. I will tell you that I live close enough, and I've been here for 7:30 meetings in the morning. But also backing me up is Gary Lang, who crosses every T and dots every I, and I wouldn't do a project without him. You asked us to bring you some similar projects. This team has done K-8 South for Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. It's 1,480 students and opened in 2021. Also, K-8 North with the next slide, also for 1,480 students and also opened in that same summer. So doing 2 K-8 schools at the same time.
Okay, you wanted us to talk a little bit about schedule. I'm going to tell you the same thing everybody else you're going to talk to tonight. We feel like you have plenty of time and plenty of money for the project that you want to build. I do think you need to get started fairly quickly. Next one, early bidding. Prior to COVID, the most important thing or the big strategy was early site packages, get the grading going and have the earth at the level you need to start foundations. But post-COVID, it's become almost equally important to do early equipment packages, heating, air conditioning, electrical. That year has in excess of 1 year lead times right now. And it's been going up. That's the time aspect. The money aspect's been going up at a rate of 20 to 30% per year. So the earlier you can get that locked in, the better off everyone is. Next one's masonry and steel. Gary's going to talk a little bit more about it later, but our idea for your project is to introduce a combined masonry and steel structure where we can get the slower moving masonry construction going early in the middle for the common core areas, have it work out to the outside classroom wings, which will be structural steel, allow time for the tedious fabrication and detailing work to get complete. But once it gets on site, it'll go quicker. And the idea being having both portions of the structure finished at the same time. And the last thing strategy-wise is, what I think is unique to our team, we have a lot of hard bid experience as in addition to qualification-based selections, which you guys are utilizing. But our hard bid experience and contacts allows us to bring a whole new team of subcontractors to you that are used to working on getting down and dirty, and it often benefits our clients financially.
So let's talk a little bit about this project. And some of you may recognize this plan because it is the plan and the concept that we introduced to you back when we were looking at what it would take to create this bond. And as you can see, it's basically 2 schools, the middle school on the right-hand side and the elementary school on the left-hand side. And while they are the 2 schools, they also have separate entries so that there is no confusion as to where to go, and then a common corridor. And at the end of the corridors, of course, monumental stairs that go up and down to the 2-story component. You can see the daylighting coming into the corridors and the stairwells. The stairwells are actually created differently on the elementary side than they are on the middle school side. Now the shared core of this is the kitchen and mechanical units. All that would be shared amongst the 2 schools because those are the 2 most costly pieces. So if we can just buy those once, that would be great. Here's a cafeteria, and the other components are the admin or the large cafeterias and the gymnasiums where all the public comes to. Once again, they're core at the center to where we can section those off after hours in case you have after-hour meetings, and also the stages that accompany those for any kind of community involvement. And the classrooms are the two-story wings that are the steel structure that are on the outside, so that all of the private classroom and teaching areas happen away from each other, from the middle school to the elementary school. And as we raise it up by its ears, you can start seeing what the building starts looking like in 3D in those volumes, and how those separate entries start working. Now, as always, we like to build models, and this is an example of a model that we built for Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools, and we presented about a month and a half ago to one of their community outreach programs. And this shows the two different entries, and it helps explain to not only the user groups, but also the public as to what the building's gonna look like and how it's gonna work. For instance, how does the security system in the vestibules work when you first come into school? And we're gonna see that coming up right here in the vestibule system. It gives us a tool that we can talk to the user groups about and make changes. And then as you can see when you're walking through the corridors, we talked about the abundance of daylight that's coming through there. So just looking down that main corridor, what that looks like, and then going into the gymnasium. We put the stage off of the gymnasium because there's already 450 seats built in, so it just makes sense. We can fit 1,000 people in that. And then we can open the stage onto the other side in the cafeteria and double that amount. Now, at HCM, we do a lot of studies, and one of the studies is how does Generation Alpha learn differently today than we did in the past? And one of those things is the generation of including exterior spaces in the curriculum. So that was a pretty quick movie. The whole movie is like 7 minutes, but they wouldn't let me take 7 minutes today, sorry. So if you want to see it, actually there's a QR code on your thing. If you just snap your phone on it, it'll show you the full thing that we submitted back to CMS. So we're hopefully under our 10 minutes. Once again, we design K-12. We have a contractor that is so well versed in the design build community, and they're unmatched in terms of those qualifications, and we have worked together for just about ever. So, under 10 minutes?
A minute and 36 left.
Okay, with a minute and 36 left, does any board members have any questions or comments? Any questions?
Yes, sir. How often do you do the copy and paste deal for plans?
The copy and prototypes?
Yep.
We do that quite often. As a matter of fact, we're in the process of the middle school portion of this. We just submitted it to Department of Public Instruction last week to be included in their clearinghouse so that it is part of the prototype plans, and then the elementary school.
Whenever we do a prototype, we always meet with staff and board members to configure that specifically to meet your needs. So we don't really just take a plan and use it. We want to make sure that it meets your needs.
Okay, I think your time's probably now up. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much.
Back to black.
Okay, Mr. Taylor, our next group.
The next group is W.M. Jordan and Smith Senate. Ms. Rhonda Angerio is the president of Smith Senate.
And before they come in, I just want to make sure, Mr. Lawson, that the 10-minute period, if there's questions, if they're in the middle, we need to cut that off. So, yeah.
Yeah, cancel it. If you guys are, once you guys start asking questions, you want me to shut it off, or you want me to just let
It's part of their 10 minutes.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you for your patience and waiting. And you get 10 minutes, and then if you were to go over your time, you'll hear a sound that goes off to let you know that we have to cut it off at that period. So if you're ready, just let me know.
All right, we're ready.
Okay, let's rock and roll.
Okay. First, thank you very much. I'm Rob Beal, Vice President of WM Jordan here in Wilmington, North Carolina. We appreciate the opportunity to be in front of Pender County. We understand how important this project is for you. We obviously live and breathe here in New Hanover and Pender County ourselves. We understand this is a short time frame, so we're going to try to talk a little bit about what the difference between WM Jordan and the other competitors in the room. And first, I'd like to introduce my team. We've got a majority of our team here. Starting with the priority contact, Jerry Windiger. Jerry's a senior project manager at WM Jordan. He has been with me 15 years, at least at WM Jordan. He is running currently design build projects at Camp Lejeune. Been in the K-12 sector his entire career, including 6 of the last projects at Brunswick County, which he has managed successfully on schedule and on budget. Jerry's a great resource and will be the contact for you from design, advanced planning, construction, warranty, all the way through. Other team members, we have Carson Razor here present, project superintendent, Todd Morrison, also superintendent. We have Frank Bliley. Frank Bliley is our general superintendent. He manages all of operations for North and South Carolina. Frank's been with WM Jordan for 25 years. He's a veteran in the industry and in K-12. And we have Seth Spate. Seth is a Pender County resident and is the head estimator for this project. Seth will be involved all the way through advanced planning and budgeting. He also has been the estimator for the last 6 projects at Brunswick County successfully in K-12 market.
Okay, and then I would like to introduce our team, Smith Senate Architecture. Hello, my name is Rhonda Angeria. I'm the president of Smith Senate Architecture. With me I have my partner, Ed Gordon, who is going to be the principal in charge of this project. And then Les Parker, lead AP, associate, and an architect, will be our project manager. Drew Wilgus, lead AP, will be our project architect. And then Ray Jenkins, who will be doing our construction administration. Just to tell you a little bit more about our firm, we too are centered here as Ray lives in Pender County. We're presently doing design build in Pender County at the moment. And what we hope to bring you with our 47 years of experience is impeccable design and great professional service. Our consultants are Timmons Group with civil and landscape, Lynch Mikens with structural, and Optima with MEP.
So in a short time frame, we want to talk about 3 things that we think separate ourselves from our other competitors. And one, I'd like to say that I think the leadership in Pender County picked 4 qualified contractors. All can build K-12. We're trying to present the difference between WM Jordan and those other competitors. First, advanced planning and pre-construction. We feel we got with Smith Senate basically because of their ability to really get involved with the client, really understand what the client needs and where to present value. Our goal is really to present value for the residents of Pender County. We have to do that and while still being innovative. Secondly, we're going to talk about our local connections. We're going to talk about the schools we built in Brunswick County, New Hanover County, our work at Camp Lejeune, and how we're going to bring those resources to Pender County to make this job successful. That you need trade partners to make this work. You're going to need stuff to be budgeted correctly, and you're going to need stuff to be built correctly, and we think we add value in that aspect. And thirdly, we're bringing a Pender County team. No doubt that's going to be different. Our superintendent's going to live in Pender County. Our project manager, or both project managers we have for this project live in New Hanover County. Our whole team is either New Hanover or Pender. So we are here. We're always going to be here. We live and breathe in this county, and that's the 3 things we want to talk about.
Okay, so to start with advanced planning, I think from our standpoint, the most important factor is to listen to you. We want to get to know what your vision is. This is not some preconceived notion on our part. So from that, we hope to build consensus. And while doing that, we would want to talk to you about having, at your discretion, the ability to talk to important stakeholders, which would include, of course, the Board of Ed, as well as administration, teachers, staff, students, parents, and the overall community. In addition to that, we feel it's extremely important to get to know a lot of your different departments in order to serve them well. So we would hope that we have a lot of time with maintenance, transportation, security, curriculum, among others. So this process of collaborating with you is what informs the aesthetic of your school, and it will be different. So we'll show you 2 different projects that we've worked on, and the reason we show them is because, did we skip?
There's pretty decent.
Okay.
This is Town Creek.
All right, so Dixon Middle School, which is 1,200 student middle school in Sneads Ferry, as well as Manning Elementary School, which is an 800 student school in Roanoke Rapids. Both of these schools were informed by all the time we spent with our collaborative partners, meaning all the people I just mentioned, developing things with students and teachers that work for their pedagogy and their educational objectives. So we would anticipate that we would come to a great aesthetic with you once we get to know you really well.
Secondly, I want to talk a little bit about Brunswick County, New Hanover County. I know in some ways they're competing, but it really is the big resource. Six of the last 7 projects, K through 12 Brunswick County, were built by W.M. Jordan. All these projects were on budget. All of them were on schedule. Town Creek Middle was built by Carson Razor, Frank Bliley, and Jerry Winiger in the room. Was built during a pandemic and was turned over in June. Bringing those resources from Brunswick County is important. It's going to be important for Pender County. It minimizes the risk for the leadership of this county as well. New Hanover County, we built 3 of the last 6 projects. We have currently just finished our 9th design build K-12 school in Greenville County, South Carolina. We have 4 under construction. And I think the third process really is our work at Camp Lejeune. The advantage of Camp Lejeune work, which we are the only, I believe, contractor in this group that works at Camp Lejeune, is the quality of construction of contractors at Camp Lejeune, the safety of contractors at Camp Lejeune, and the ability to bring trade partners into Pender County to build projects. W. Jordan's been at Camp Lejeune since 2010. We've always been on base. We have 2 big design build projects that are completing, one in January and one in the spring of next year. So the ability to bring these resources of $3 billion of work going on at Camp Lejeune right now, that's winding down. It's going to be great. I think that resource is going to be important for Pender County, that we can bring people from these counties. You're not going to get trade partners from Raleigh to come here, unfortunately. It's just that the market's too busy. You really need people from Pender, Onslow, New Hanover, and Brunswick to build a school, and that's what we bring to the table. And thirdly, and I think we're getting close on time, is just the Pender County team. I think we've got on the org chart, we talked about our leadership lieutenants, Todd Morrison. Todd's wife, Tara, is a school teacher at Topsail High School. He has 4 kids in the system. Seth Spate, Pender County, has 3 kids in the system. Our team is here and local. We're going to be here through design. We're going to be here during construction. This job is a big priority for us. It will be our biggest K-12 project. It will be the most important project in our Wilmington office. And we all live right here, breathe here, work here, and I just want you to know how important it is for us to be here. We're open to questions, unless you have any other questions. No, that's good. You're good.
How much time do they have left?
2:24.
All right. Do you have
Board
any
members, you have any questions?
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time, appreciate the
Thank you for
opportunity.
coming, yeah.
Our next presentation will be Balfour Beatty, Clark Nexon collaboration with Mr. Josh Taylor.
Hey, sir. We've got some handouts. Is that okay? Yes, sir. I can, I got you. Thank you. Thanks, sir.
Yeah.
I'll take it. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Should be the arrows, yes.
Thanks, sir.
Will this also be on the screen?
Sir?
Will this also be on the screen to hand out? Okay.
All right, ready to get started?
You have 10 minutes, and then you'll have, if you were to pass it, there's a little alarm will go off, okay?
Okay, sir. All right.
You can begin.
All right, thank you guys for the opportunity. We're excited to be here today to present. My name is Josh Taylor. I'm a project manager for Balfour Beatty Construction. I'm a Pender County resident. I've got 2 daughters in Pender County schools. They just finished up their first grade year. So the project is personal for me. I'm very excited to do this. And specifically, we're excited about the opportunity for the design build project. Our company's got a really strong resume in design build. We've done a lot of projects together. We're really, we've got a great commitment to this team, to this project, and we're excited about the opportunity. Let me start with introductions. First up, got Donna, and Donna's our K-12 MVP. Donna's been doing K-12 designs her whole career. She's done over 100 schools in the state. She is you see her outside, everybody knows who she is. If the Pope walked in, they'd be asking, who's that next to Donna? Next up, we got Derek. Derek is our MEP guru. Clark Nixon has in-house design engineering capabilities, and Derek kind of controls that show. Derek, when you work with Derek, you realize he's extremely optimistic. He's always got solutions, and he's so optimistic he still pulls for the Panthers. Next up, Becky. Becky is our security and innovation expert. She's following Donna's footsteps on the K-12 design. She also is extremely involved in coastal studies. In fact, when she's not doing K-12 design, she's an oyster farmer on the side. A little interesting fact there. My man Jimmy is next. Jimmy he resides from us from New York City. He's got a long history, a 40-year career working in New York on construction projects, brings a lot of field experience and knowledge to our team. Last but certainly not least is Tony Stone King. Tony's our executive leadership on the project. He is our planning and execution expert and truly a subject matter expert in his field. One thing about our team is our experience together working on projects. Derek will kind of guide you through that.
Yeah, so as Josh alluded that we've been working together for over 25 years in a variety of projects, design, build, and CM at risk, but we have a good collaboration. Clark Nixon's been in the business for 100 years, Balfour Beatty at 90 years, so with that we bring our collective, cohesive system that we were a good fit as far as producing outstanding projects. We have most recently done 15 projects right here as a sampling, and of that, 5 of those we've been working continuously with Josh and his team for the past 5 years on design build projects. One of them we're pretty excited about is the UNCW Student Village, which was a 435,000 square foot facility that had an extremely hard schedule, had COVID introduced, and it still was a project that came in 4 weeks ahead of schedule. And it was so great that it was recognized by State Construction as a merit award within their system. So we patted each other on our back and had big grins, but we didn't tickle each other pink. And take that.
All right, and so with all those successful projects we've got behind us, the big question is, how do we do it? Well, our Smart Start process is how we get started. Start hard, start strong, finish strong. And I was going to kick off with a team alignment process, move into proactive design, support systems, and then it leads to proven results. So with that, the first step of the process will be our team alignment, which upon award, I'll be sending out an invitation to align our teams, get everybody on the same page, start assigning roles, responsibilities, so we can all hold ourselves accountable for the project moving forward. After that, we start moving into pre-construction or advanced planning phase.
Yeah. So the traditional delivery method, it would be an SD deliverable through pre-construction, a DD, and a CD. But we just completed a project where, for the state, we're doing a new education center that's going downtown Raleigh where they're going to combine UNC systems with DPI and community colleges. And so we had to kick it off. We had 8 weeks to put a plan together on a $400 million job, and had to come up with a concept, get it approved, price it, know all the hiccups in it, put an action list together. We built a schedule, and we got all the team aligned through, we had daily meetings, and we built this whole deliverable so they could take it to the Senate committee to get the budget approved for that. And that's something that we're going to bring here, that I think that what we call advanced planning, we need to get an advanced planning. What we don't need to do is all go off in different directions on this project. This is a big job. $111 million is big anywhere you go, because we got to burn off $40 million a year. Think about that. Next 3 years to open that school is $40 million. We got to be collecting checks and burning, having labor out there and get materials out there. So we got to come with a plan and not have everybody doing individual things, and then we get so scattered you can't get the team back together again. So that's what Josh's saying about the kickoff. We need to get together the first 8 weeks. We just need to plan, get all the concepts, the elevations, the floor plans, get with the fire marshal, know if we got to put a stoplight, get TA road work, know where the wetlands are, know all our risks, get soil boring so we know what the building's going to sit on, all that stuff so we know all the costs, and then we go out and we go build this thing.
So we approach design in the same way that we approach the overall project, which is communication and collaboration alongside Pender County Schools. We could reach off the shelf and, get some floor plans or a prototype and implement that for you, but we don't necessarily recommend that as the final solution. Instead, we recommend this process that begins with discovery. So we've been telling you a lot about ourselves, but the discovery process is really all about you. It's listening, it's talking with key personnel from Pender County Schools. It's talking with teachers, with students, with parents, with your maintenance facilities staff, and with community members. We want to understand what this school really wants to be, how you want your students to learn, and how the building can support that. We want to understand how the building wants to interact with the site and then make this uniquely yours. And we'll do that through some specific design strategies that Donna will talk about in just a second. But we also want to make sure that this is a future-focused building, because this is a building that wants to serve your students today, but it also needs to be resilient and flexible enough to serve your students in 50 years.
We also know that research tells us that that the space that we plan makes a difference in student success. So we have these strategies where we try to connect the students to the space and support the different ways that they learn. This can be in many different ways, from the student who is a very traditional student to those students who need a different way, those who may need to work with each other in collaborative spaces, or those who may need hands-on instruction or real-life connections to learn. So we want to support those ways. We also know that this building needs to be a sustainable building, and that can support student learning through healthy design, and healthy spaces are better spaces for learning. And then the last point I want to make is that we also know that we've got to have this conversation about safe schools, and that's very important. And we can have strategies to assess risk, understand what we need to do to make sure that the students still feel safe, because we know that in order to learn, they have to feel safe.
As our architectural team goes through and has developed the buildings, as the facility starts to come up, our in-house engineering team will be coordinating, working hand in hand to look at all the different systems. The biggest one is the heating, ventilating, and air conditioning, the HVAC mechanical system. We will evaluate everything from day one to see what is applicable for cost-effective energy maintenance and maintenance as far as what Penders has in their facilities. Obviously, we can look outside the box or inside the box, but we don't want to bring anything different to your system, your school system, that is the oddball out. So we would coordinate that with day one. In that, Donna talked about sustainability. Well, if the building is hot or uncomfortable, your learning just goes down. Can't tell you how many times I've sat through violin recitals with my daughter that it just throws me out there and I can't hear the music. We go through, and then plumbing is another major system. That conservation, water conservation, we will look at strategies for gray water. Again, everything is on the table, but as we start building and getting down to the building itself with your input, maintenance and cost effective, and then the energy model that we would perform from day one, a solution will present itself that this is the most affordable and cost-effective system. The electrical is pretty straight. Power, we coordinate as far as where the powers are. The lighting would be the biggest component from the electrical. Accent lighting, task lighting, what do you have for different?
Sorry, time's up. Thank you for your presentation today.
Wow, okay.
Or tonight, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lawson. Our last presentation this evening is with Bordeaux and Mosley. Mr. Blair Bordeaux is the president of the company. Oh, I guess he got stuck. He'll lead the presentation.
Don't let it catch you. Thank you, sir. About workers' comp claim.
Mr. Taylor, can we see you up here before they present? I'm so sorry. If you'll give us just a second.
You have 10 minutes for your presentation. There will be an alarm that will sound to let you know when that time is up. If you don't use up all your time, somebody on the board might have a question and can use part of that time if necessary. Let me know when you're ready, and then Mr. Lawson will start the clock.
Good. All right, my name is Blair Bordeaux. I'm president of Bordeaux Construction. First, we appreciate the opportunity to come up and interview with y'all for the Pender K8 project. This is obviously a meaningful project for the county as well as us. And to be cognizant of your time, we have a placemat in front of you with all of our names on there. Certainly, please don't hesitate to ask us questions along the way, and we certainly appreciate the opportunity to come and interview with y'all. So a little bit about the Bordeaux-Mosley team. We have worked together for almost 2 decades, have worked on over 20 projects, and frankly, I can say there's no single designer that I have worked with in my career more, or the firm more. We specialize in K-12 construction and design, focusing primarily on Eastern North Carolina, and it's something we frankly do very well. We are an engineering and news record Southeast top 100 firm. So what that means is we have all the bells and whistles that a large national or international contractor would have, but 100% of our employees live and work in Eastern North Carolina, Central North Carolina, and we love working down here in the sandy soil of Pender County.
Hey, I'm Ben Warren, Vice President of Bordeaux Construction, and I'll serve as your project manager. There was a question about who the primary liaison was, and as the construction project manager, that would be me. It would start off, with the first design charrettes and design kickoff, run through the course of construction, but equally as importantly, through the warranty period. So the 1-year warranty and beyond, depending on what's going on, we still hold routine, monthly meetings and make sure we're taking care of everything that pops up along the way as we break in the building. Blair mentioned, we've been working together as a team over a decade, and I want to stress that it's really the individuals, not the companies, that we're talking about and that we're selling here. Milton's our project superintendent. Milton and I personally, along with Mosley Architects, have worked extensively together, as we mentioned, over the last decade plus. I'll give you an example. In 2016, we started our first school in Wake County. We finished our second one last year, did the 12-month walkthrough last week, and were awarded our third one about 3 or 4 months ago. That'll start, I think, mid to late 2026. And so, you don't achieve that repeat client in this business unless you're meeting schedule, finishing on time, coming in under budget, and ultimately exceeding expectations. And that's what I want to stress to you all. That's how we survive in this business, is earning that reference letter and ultimately being the favorite for your next job. So that's our charge here. You may recognize some of the regional clients that we have here. Several of these we've included as our references, and we would encourage you to call them. They, like I mentioned, know us personally, not just as a company. And I'll leave you with the OSHA SHARP program. We're one of 3 companies in the state of North Carolina that has a currently enrolled project. We started with them in 2021. The picture at the top is from our Sandhills Community College nursing school expansion. And then right now they're finishing up on the Tar Heel K-8 school that's in construction. If you don't know what OSHA SHARP is, it's a partnership with the consultative branch of OSHA. It's very difficult to get into. It took us probably 3 or 4 years of really achieving the top levels of safety in construction to be considered for the program. And we've already discussed with the consultative branch your project, and they're on board to take the OSHA banner from Tar Heel K-8 and bring it here next summer, which we're really proud and excited to offer because we know there are very few that can say that.
So I wanted to talk briefly about our ability to finish on time and under budget. There's a couple projects I wanted to highlight. The first one in the top left is Porter's Neck Elementary. We finished for New Hanover County Schools. One thing that made that job unique, y'all know what Hurricane Matthew did to this area. That job was underwater for a solid month. We started a month late, and we still finished that school on time. And that really shows to a dedication about how to build in some of the pre-selection committee. Mentioned Murphy's Law. You've got to build some of that into the schedule working down here, coming through 2 hurricane seasons. We've included a brief kind of schedule up front, and that's something we know how to do. It doesn't matter how much it rains. It doesn't matter what happens. School opens in the fall, and we know how to do that. We do it well. The project in the bottom left is currently a K-8 that's under construction. So that's Bladen County K-8. That was delivered using CM at risk, and really highlighted some of the pre-construction efforts to find the way to get the job in under budget, change it to hollow core when roof bar joists were not available. The last project is a Mosley Bordeaux design build project. It's a K-8 for Halifax County. So we're currently in pre-construction, scheduled to start construction on that project in January. So I'll highlight that one. That is a design build with the current team that's currently working and standing here before you. So all three of those projects are east of 95. Two of them are K-8s. We love building schools and sandy soil down here. So I mentioned briefly the ability to finish on schedule. The pandemic brought a lot of really challenging problems before the construction community with inflation. As I mentioned, the Bladen County Tar Heel K-8 school, one of the things we did was changing from roof bar joist to hollow core. Ultimately ended up saving about a month and a half of schedule and about $300,000 of cost. The second one was Fuller Elementary. Ben mentioned Wake County Schools. And so those are two post-pandemic projects that finished under budget and, more importantly, returned unused funds to the owner at the end of the project. So it really just highlights an understanding of how to finish on budget in a really challenging economic environment.
Yes, so quality and maintenance, you achieve the highest quality and the most maintenance-friendly facilities by being able to effectively plan as a team. We stay on the cutting edge of technology. If you look at the screen here on the right is one example of that. So this is our building information modeling. What this enables us to do is engage the entire team before breaking ground out there. So we have the owning entity, we have the design entities, and we have all the entire subcontractor community that is engaged in the job, successful low bidders. And we're able to spatially coordinate all of the systems and, more importantly for you all, engage the facilities and maintenance department to make sure we're looking at any and all of their concerns as it goes to taking care of the facility for a long term. So that's input from them on how exactly they're going to access this stuff. On the left side is another technology we use called Open Space, and it's like Google Street Maps, where we're walking through routinely through the facility. We have a camera, 3D, on our hard hat, and it's basically building a roadmap of the school through time. And if you look here on the right, that's the actual coordinated model at the school, and you're walking through from your desktop. You don't even have to go walk the job, and you can look in specific places to make sure whatever you're concerned about, be it blocking or overhead rough ends, that your concerns are addressed. And Milton can speak to some of the maybe maintenance concerns or how you deal with that.
What this allows us to do is like installing chalkboards, tag boards, televisions, anything that goes on the wall. Later, we're able to go back and find the wood blocking the stuff in the walls, and it makes it easy. Easy access for valves, water valves. Everybody don't want to carry a 12-foot ladder down the hall to get in an 8-foot ceiling. Trying to get all the valves low to the ceiling, this helps. It allows us to work with the maintenance department to find, like VAVs, making sure we have access to get up to work on VAVs, changing filters. It's just an aid for your maintenance guys as well as us.
So the biggest thing really is that this is a team that we're bringing to you that has worked together, but you guys are a part of this team. Our job is not to draw pretty pictures, even though as an architect, I think that's my job sometimes. It really is to listen to you and make sure that we're able to create enriching environments for your students and staff. And so it's a whole process of listening engagements and workshops. And there was a question about what could the school look like? Well, all of these are schools that we've designed, and I really think we're proud of the fact that you can't drive down the road and say that's a Mosley building, because we're designing for school districts. We are designing for our clients. And so we want to make sure that we are listening to you, we are engaging with you. We have workshops where we're literally putting up pictures and people are saying, this is what modern means to me, because I guarantee though you guys all get along and want to talk about what a school looks like, modern might mean something different to every single person in front of me, and it's going to mean something different to me. So being able to understand what the building is going to look like really early on, so we're not going down a path in design that is wrong early, and then also that helps us in construction to make sure that we're hitting that and designing a school that works for you. So in closing, we just want to say that we're really excited about this project. We feel like we've brought a proven team that have worked together for years and years that know how to put together a school. We have extensive experience in K-8 schools. They're not a ton in North Carolina, and we have a great portfolio of those. We have strong local relationships. We have staff that live right here in Pender County that'll be working on this project. And we have a reputation of doing quality, reliability, responsibility, and hitting it on time. So.
Thank you for your presentation, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mike Taylor, is there anything else? Was that all that we have for tonight on that particular line item?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That was the four firms that we invited to present tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, board members, you've had opportunity to look at the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion.
Have a motion. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Have a second. Is there any discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. This time's our action agenda, and 9.1 is our proposed bail schedule.
Good evening again. We presented before you an option regarding a three-tier bail system last board meeting. At your guidance and request, we entertained two town halls, one at Heidi Trask and Topsail High School, to gather more input from the constituents and our community stakeholders. One of the outcomes of that was us coming back to you this month and providing more than just one option. I can go over the concerns in current transportation and the things learned during the Listen and Learn, but I think we've already gone through that. But I did want to, share with you, with the overwhelming concern that was shared by our community stakeholders was the early start times for Topsail Middle, Cape Fear Middle, and Surf City Middle. In response to those concerns, our team has reviewed all the transportation data and developed 5 options for consideration. Option A is the original proposal, so all other proposals are based off of that. I gave you an updated spreadsheet after a question was asked this afternoon regarding what the current bill times are and the current first or earliest stop for our buses. With that in mind, option A, as I shared with you last time, opened up the bus stops to be from 7 to 16 minutes earlier for the 3 feeder patterns middle schools that we were talking about. So with option B, if we move the time to 7:15, for example, instead of 7 o'clock, we would have a Surf City bus that would stop 1 minute earlier than it currently does stop. With option C, we're adding 30 minutes to the original proposal, and then there will be no bus stops that are earlier than what they currently are. Now, the next 2 options, because high school was part of the conversation, we did look at some options that would impact our high school time and how to least negatively impact those high school students who provide after-school activities for work, extracurricular activities, as well as our Cape Fear Community College students who are dually enrolled. The first option would be adding that 15 minutes, like we said, for option B, but reducing the dismissal time by 15 minutes, which means we would have to add 7 days to our currently planned calendar in order to make up the time lost for cutting that 15 minutes off at the end of the day. And then the second option is moving the time up 30 minutes and still keeping that 15-minute time cut off at the end of the school day. So those are the 5 options that we have developed. Our preference, based on the stakeholder feedback, is option B. However, I did not want to just bring 2 options to the board for consideration this time. I felt like we were putting out all the options that we can currently think of that would best meet the goals of expanding the opportunities to hire full-time drivers so we could keep our TAs in their classrooms. We could eliminate scheduled double routes and prevent students from having to stay at school before the bell rings or after the bell rings each and every day. And this, again, allows us to continue to absorb the growth that we have without adding the financial resources to expand our fleet.
Okay. Board members, do you have any questions before there's any type of motion on the floor? I think that would be appropriate.
Yes, sir. Where, if option D and option E, if we were seriously looking at that, where would those 7 days come from? Do you already have 7 days earmarked on the calendar from?
We have reviewed the current calendar and looked at potential dates. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
2.5 days would come at the end of the first semester, where we normally get out before Christmas. There are 2.5 days there at the end of that semester, which we would absorb, and then we would pick up 4.5 days late in the second semester.
Board members, are there any other questions?
I'm a little bit confused by his answer. Are you?
A little bit, because I know that we get almost 3 weeks at Christmas, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it, are we looking at possibly taking that entire 7 days from the Christmas vacation?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. We were just saying that 2.5 days could be captured at the beginning of that Christmas break.
Mm-hmm.
And then we would find the other days throughout the second semester. Some of them are at the very end of the school year. And there are a couple of other early release days that we would capture and add time back to our calendar. Dr. Breedlove? Oh.
Okay, but at the beginning, but at our first semester, aren't we already, isn't that shortened already from the second semester?
Yes, ma'am,
So
it is.
would it really behoove us to take 2.5 days?
No, we're adding 2.5 days,
Oh, we're
ma'am.
adding
Instead of
it.
getting out on Wednesday, half a day
Uh-huh.
before Christmas, which is
We
the
would extend
21st,
that to
22nd,
Friday.
we would extend that school week through Friday and capture
Okay, I'm
those
sorry.
2.5 days of seat time.
Got you.
Yes, ma'am. And then there's another early release day at the end of the school year. We would capture that, so that's another half a day.
Okay.
And then we would just find the other days throughout the school year and may have to move teacher work days to the end of the school year.
But we would not lose teacher work days.
No, ma'am, you can't.
Okay, good.
Our
Okay.
our
Just
law
wanted
is
to
in
make sure.
compliance, I mean, our calendar is in compliance with the current North Carolina law.
Had to ask.
Yeah, we would not violate the law.
Yes, sir, I understand that.
Could you tell me, one of the concerns that I have on here, if our issue that we are having this on the east side of the county with traffic patterns and with, this bus routes, what would be the rationale then for moving Pender High School's, start time if they're not having any kind of bus issues on the west side? Is it just to have a, uniform, grouping, or, I mean, why would we be doing that if really they don't have any problems?
Well, for the high school, sir, it is detriment. I mean, those students at Pender High also attend Cape Fear Community College. any changes that we make, we have to navigate this process with Cape Fear Community College so that they can also adjust their classes and things of that nature, so we don't have kids who are disproportionately impacted in a negative manner from being able to take those courses.
Board members, do you have any other questions, comments, concerns before we have any motions on the floor?
Was bell time scheduled by region considered, or does that incorporate some of this? I mean, I'm trying to make sense of the chart because I just received it, but you understand what I'm saying? As far as not having all the middle schools necessarily linked to the same start, are all the middle schools linked to the same start time, all the elementary schools linked to the same start time on this
They're
chart?
not completely linked, no, sir. Like Pender Lee is a K-8 school
Right.
with one principal. It's one school. So they have their own buses. They have 5 buses that they use. So their start time is not necessarily married to the other start times.
What about all the elementaries? Let's choose like schools. So for all the elementary schools that are true elementary schools, do they all have the same start time?
All the elementary schools in the 2 feeder patterns that we're working with, yes, will have the same start times.
Was it
Topsail feeder pattern, Surf City Elementary, North Topsail, South Topsail, and Topsail Annandale will all have the same start time. Rocky Point and Cape Fear also has the same start time.
Do those 2 feeder patterns have the same bell time, or are those different?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, they have the same.
Okay. Was that intentional, or?
Well, actually, 7 Rocky Point up there is, that's A, sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, take your time, and forgive me, it's just I'm trying to make sense of it just like you are.
15-minute difference, it looks like.
Yeah, Rocky Point and Cape Fear are a little bit different because the Rocky Point feeder attendance zone is a little bit smaller.
Okay.
And some of those buses then will be running a Rocky Point route after the Cape Fear route. So those bell times may be a little different. Again, we tried to look at this holistically. So there are some changes, but we really tried to stick to a consistent bell time for our middle schools and high schools primarily because of after-school sports and things of that nature.
So as part of this approval, are you also requesting that the board remove the instructional assistant requirement to drive a bus?
That is
That
not
go
part
away?
of this recommendation at this time, sir, because with approximately 40% of our buses currently driven by our instructional assistants, there's no way that we could actually do the job that we're expected to do without those TAs driving. The goal is to move toward a policy that will allow us to hire more full-time drivers and at least eliminate the requirement for those instructional assistants to drive. Because we have some instructional assistants who want to drive, especially those who are much closer to retirement and things of that nature, because obviously their retirement is based on their income.
So I understand what you're saying. I don't think that's what was communicated during the public forums. I think that part, as far as, everybody correct me if I'm wrong, but what I heard during the public forum was, one of the advantages of this is the instructional assistants won't have to drive a bus, but you're telling me under this new system, they will have to drive a bus, right?
Currently, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I just appreciate the clarification.
Yeah. And if that was stated, if I was unclear in that statement, that is the goal that we work towards, sir, but that is not part of this.
Well, yeah, I just also want to be clear about what we're doing here because, we'll get lots of questions and I just want you to know the answer to that question.
Yes, sir.
So that way I can answer to constituents, hey, this IA being required to be bus drivers, part of the conversation is not a part of this.
It will allow us to hire 5 more full-time drivers, which will eliminate the need for probably close to 10 instructional assistants from having to drive.
Got it.
And then we will continue to whittle away with that.
I know at the Topsail Community Forum, this was discussed, and this becomes much more attractive for full-time drivers. And that was the idea, to be able to remove instructional assistants off of the bus and back into the classrooms, because we will have many more full-time opportunities for drivers rather than relying on instructional assistants, in which we're paying overtime in a lot of cases.
Right, because the last time I heard, we had, 36 IA positions
Yes,
open?
ma'am.
And it was the hope that this three-tier bell schedule was going to loosen some things up a little bit, that we could start filling those positions.
That's right.
But this is, okay, so this is something that we're working towards, that this is not going to,
Well, this is simply moving our bell time so that we can operate a three-tier system.
right,
If we need to revisit the policy committee, we can definitely do that.
okay.
But again, we would have to analyze exactly where we are before we remove that. I don't know how many IAs are actually not wanting to drive. We could do a survey and collect that information, but I don't know that we have a definitive number right now of how many IAs do
You didn't collect
not
that
want
information
to
as a
drive.
part of this analysis, is what you're saying?
Sir?
You didn't collect that, so you just mentioned
sir.
that, okay.
I did
You
not.
don't know how many IAs
But I
would.
do think that would be prudent if we're
Oh, I
able to
agree.
move toward
I'm just
this.
curious as to why it wasn't collected.
Is that something that could be done as soon as our next meeting, so we could see about making a change, getting a survey out and that kind of thing?
We could survey our current IAs, yes, sir, to see who would want to drive and who wouldn't.
I'd kind of like to have that, if we could do it. We certainly need to talk about it and other
Certainly.
solutions, so.
It's just my opinion, though. We need, it's just my opinion. We need to make this vote tonight, though, because they've got to input their information into the TIM systems.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I would ask you, please, fellow board members, let's try to make a decision about this tonight.
Well, this is the first step toward amending that policy
Okay.
and taking that burden off of our instructional systems. But without this, the next step would not be, we would not be able to get our kids to and from school.
This is
If
just
we
the
don't
first.
work toward a higher efficiency rating, utilizing the full-time staff we have and trying to maximize the full-time staff, we're not going to be able to reduce that burden on our instructional systems.
Do you have efficiency ratings so far as to, or expected efficiency ratings as to what each of these options would carry?
I do not have the specifics, but we do know, based on the data that NCDPI ran for us, we would improve our efficiency rating. And again, we've been held harmless for the last several years because of COVID.
Right.
But they are projecting about a 3 to 4% increase in our efficiency rating. Because again, we're able to take buses off the road. Man hours to maintain those buses in and of itself is a huge savings to the state.
And just to confirm, so for option C, no one will have an earlier bus stop time. Is that right?
That is correct, but it does significantly impact the students who are dual enrolled and our high schools getting out at 4 o'clock for the travel time and things of that nature. As I mentioned earlier, Topsail High School currently has no advanced academic courses in fourth period because so many of their student athletes are actually also academically successful, and they miss out on opportunities academically because of that.
So, with the public having so many questions, these were not presented at all the information sessions, right?
We only presented the first option, yes, sir. These are the options that we've developed based on that feedback.
After their feedback, yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, the public would like to know, again, I suspect, but, you do whatever we gotta do here, so.
I make a motion that we take option E of the three-tier bus schedule.
Have a motion on the floor. For discussion, you have to have a second. So is there a second for option E? Not hearing one, the motion dies. Is there any other motion on the floor?
I make a motion for option D.
Have a motion on the floor for option D. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second.
Have a second. At this time, we can now have discussion for option D. Is there any questions, comments, or any statements?
So what I'll say to that, to the fellow board members and to the public as well, contrary to some of the social media posts that I've seen about us, not listening to, the community, what I will say is the last 7 days that my daughter's in school, and I can't answer for all the others, But 7 days is, in my opinion, looking from the outside in, is relatively easy to absorb in a school setting, right? So, going back to the original story, my daughter said she didn't do anything in the last week. Now, I can't ask for all the schools, but that's, when I was in school, that's pretty much field trip day and do whatever you want to do. You just got to be here to put a check in the box, right? That's why I went with the, trying to meet in the middle. Mr. Taylor and I did talk earlier today. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Taylor. Cape Fear's, one of their classes is going to have to be rearranged, possibly. But option E would disrupt the whole thing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay, so if we can circumvent one class versus multiple classes with Cape Fear dual enrolled students, I think the argument would go a lot longer or a lot farther. I don't have anything further.
Yes, sir. So I'll make a motion to amend the motion to include that we get rid of the requirement for instructional assistants to drive buses as a part of this. And if that is not achievable after staff has enough time to analyze that, then we stick with the current schedule.
There would have to be a friendly amendment to that.
Yes, sir.
If agreed to,
Mr.
if,
Springer, would you agree with that amendment?
Can you restate that?
Yes, sir. So basically, I'm trying to say that I think because it was sold that the instructional assistants are going to be in the classroom, and that's going to be a benefit to the students, that should be a part of this, and that Mr. Taylor essentially has the time after this meeting to be able to poll his instructional assistants to see if he's going to have enough drivers if we were to remove the requirement for them to be driving a bus. Obviously, some of them will like to still drive a bus. And if you deem that you can execute option D by eliminating the requirement, then we move forward. But if not, then we stick with the current schedule and we go back to the drawing board.
Sir, I think we need to poll the workers first.
Okay.
Well, and we've also got parents that would like to have input on this, because I got in excess of 250 emails regarding this, and so people are very interested. I just really think that people are going to have questions. But I do not think that it can wait for another month until our next board meeting, so.
I totally agree.
I concur.
We do have the ability to meet other than once a month, just so everybody knows.
we have a motion on the floor.
I'll withdraw the motion if it's not friendly.
Okay,
Yes,
we have a motion on the floor, have a second. Any other discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor of option D for the upcoming school year for Pender County, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
The motion carries 3-1.
Thank you.
All right, at this time is action agenda 9.2, consideration of financial software access, board access. I believe that Mr. Kadera, you had sent the email for request that to be on action.
Yes, sir. So I'll be brief. Having my comments, most of them being covered earlier, I'll just reiterate that essentially what the software company is telling us is if somebody screws up when they're configuring this role in the software, whether it's for us or whether it's for an accounts payable clerk, that there is a possibility that someone might have access to something they're not supposed to have access to. Now, if we're going to assume that people are going to be screwing up when they're doing this, then I just don't agree with that logic. Much for the same reason that we don't choose not to drive a vehicle because we might get in a car accident, or we don't choose not to go outside when it's raining because we might get struck by lightning. I mean, at some point we have to understand that we have to balance risk with benefit, and I think there is significant benefit for the board to have access to finance software, and so I'll renew the motion to have the entire board be granted read-only, secure access to the school system's finance software in a manner that does not disclose any confidential or PII. I further motion that if Link, the current software vendor, is not able to do so before August 1st, that the board directs the superintendent to release a request for proposals for new finance software no later than October 1st. So that's my motion. Essentially, if they can't guarantee that it's going to be safe then we need to find a software company that can, and I give a brief timeline. But I'm happy to restate the motion if anybody needs me to do so.
I'd like to get those dates again, Mr.
Yes, sir. So the first part of the motion was that the access needs to be read-only, secure, and no access to confidential or PII. And then also that if the current software company is not able to do so before August 1st, that gives them about 6 weeks to figure this out. The board directs the superintendent to release a request for proposals for new finance software no later than October 1st. So basically 60 days or 2 months after that.
Would that really need, I mean, it's two separate issues, right? Is that how you?
Well, I look at it as, if this current software company is not able to give us what we're asking for, then we need to, at least do a request. And by the way, it's possible that if we do a request for proposals, we end up with the same software company. That's a possibility. But the point is that in the request for proposals, you identify requirements. You say, hey, one of the requirements is that we want to be able to design a role, not just for the board, but for anybody that doesn't have access to confidential information. And if you can't do that, then you probably don't need to be our software vendor. And we'll find someone else that says they can do it. And we're going to give them our money instead of giving it to you.
It's possible they could be cheaper.
And it's possible they could be cheaper. And there's many benefits to a request. When's the last time that we did a request for proposal for ERP, Ms. Nolan?
I have asked that question. I was not here, so I will get back with you.
And did you ask your team? How long has your longest tenured team member been with Pender County Schools?
Probably 20 plus years.
So in 20 years, we haven't done an RFP for finance software. It sounds like we could probably use
I
one.
didn't say that. I said I have requested from them to answer that question,
Okay.
and I have not
And
received.
that particular person might not have that information, especially if the RFP was approved with that, so.
Well, I just still see this as two questions. Number one, about their security, and number two,
Mr. Hall, if you
about the
don't mind, There
access.
hasn't been a second to that motion, so let's, if you don't, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Well, I see it as two motions, so, it's two questions.
Well, it is two questions, but he may.
I was asking a question.
Okay, but until we have a second.
Okay, well, I'm done with it then. I've asked my question, I'm done with it.
I'll make a second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Not sure exactly, if you could put that in, layman's terms,
Yes, sir.
Mr. McPherson, I think, did you record? I want to make sure that it's recorded correctly.
I want to restate the motion just to make sure I got it right.
Well, that's what I'm saying with the interruptions and, yeah.
So what I have is that the motion is for the board to have secure read-only access with no access to PII through their current vendor. And if Link, the current vendor, cannot provide that access by August 1st, 2023, that the board direct the superintendent to issue a new finance software RFP by no later than October 1st, 2023, and to have as a qualification, and this is the part that you tell me whether or not I got this right, designate a role for board members in the RFP. Or do you not want that in?
That doesn't need to be part of the motion, no. No, I think it needs to be in there, and we can certainly communicate with staff independently when the RFP is being drafted to give our feedback.
So we'll end at the RFP will be submitted by no later than October 1st, 2023.
Yes, sir. That was the motion I made.
Okay, all right.
Okay, now we have a clarification of motion, and we have a motion and second. Is there any discussion concerning this motion?
I've already stated my discussion, so I will not be voting.
Would you prefer to have it as two separate motions?
I'm done with it.
Is there any other discussion? Okay, I'll go ahead and take a vote then. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
And I am abstaining.
I need to, point of parliamentary question, if you don't mind. When a member abstains and the vote is 2-1, is that the same as if the member is not present, or is it my understanding is when you abstain, your vote is into the affirmative?
Yeah, it goes with the prevailing side.
Okay,
Abstentions goes to the prevailing side.
motion carries. Then it would, okay. I just want to make sure that
Are you sure of that?
I'm double checking your Robert's rules right now to make sure before.
That's why I
give you-
think it is, based on what we've seen in the past, but I wanted to make sure.
Because I've been told differently before.
Okay.
And if the attorney wants to take some time, we can, I'm happy to revisit this if we need to.
And yes, for the record, I still think it should have been two motions because it's two separate issues.
Sure.
Okay. Well, give me a sec to make sure I'm getting this right, but that's,
And when I have questions and they don't get answered, that's why I don't vote the normal way. As has been shown here many, many, many times.
Thank you for your patience.
seek clarification, and in fact, according to Robert's rules, abstentions are considered neither yes nor no votes.
So the question would be, I think, if the chair would vote in this circumstance, right, Mr. Chair?
Well, the question is, I've seen it done, like Mr. Hall said, two different ways with this, with not particular this current board, but I have seen it where I would have been told if you abstained that it's an affirmative, and Mr. Hall, but if you're reading.
I'm reading Robert's rules right
Okay.
now.
Well, there's some past meetings here. I've abstained a time or two in the past, and that was recorded as a no vote. So I don't know what to tell you on this one, unless we need to back up and take this up at a different time, because I question the legality of it now.
But if you're reading it straight from the screen.
I'm reading the manner in which,
No, I mean, that's fine. So,
May I withdraw the motion entirely and separate it into two to make things easier?
you sir, you're the.
Well, I'm asking.
Asking the chair.
The chairman, yeah.
Yeah.
If you'll allow me to do that, because I don't, the last thing I want to do is cause issues because of a parliamentary question that can't be resolved at this time.
I just want to, I mean, that's fine with me, Mr. Dare. I just want to make sure everything is chairs done above board, and so that's why I was questioning that.
Yes, sir. All right, so I'll withdraw that. I'll like to make two motions on the same topic, and we'll address them individually if the chair will permit. First motion is that the entire board be granted read-only secure access to the school system software that doesn't disclose PII. Do you have that, Mr. McPherson?
Yes.
Basically, the
It's
original.
it's the first half of the original motion.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Yes, sir.
I can offer an amendment to it,
Yes, sir, you may.
under the condition that the security of it can be guaranteed by the vendor, whether that be these people or another one. Does that?
Yes, sir.
Does that interfere with your
No, I
second
accept that amendment. So with the condition that the
With that
vendor
condition.
provides some, a level of guarantee.
Okay.
Under the condition that the security be
The security of
guaranteed-
PII be guaranteed by the vendor.
Of PII be guaranteed.
And would it be okay if it's effective once that guarantee is here? See what I'm
Yes,
saying?
yes.
Okay. And that is the motion. We do need a second to it.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Now we'll ask, is there any discussion? Well, I'd like to make a discussion if possible as chair. I don't know how, and this is not to be argumentative with anyone on this board, but I don't know how, what you're asking for 100% after hearing what that lady said and that gentleman that came for the presentation. So I just don't know how the vote can, you vote your own conscience, board members, but I just don't know how, if they can't guarantee, then it basically this would just drag on for all eternity, is my personal opinion.
So my response to that discussion would be, that's why I'm kind of building in the second motion, which is, if they can't guarantee it, then we do a request for proposals and we see if the market has a product that would be able to do that for us. And if not, again, we might end up with the same vendor. We might end up with a different vendor that can't do it, but we might end up saving some money because we understand that there's a product that will meet the needs that we have met today, but at a lesser cost.
And that's why I added the idea of it would be effective once that security is guaranteed.
That's fine. I just wanted to, yeah, I have no problem with that. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
According to, Mr. Kadar, I didn't hear, did you vote aye?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, the board then chair considers that a 3-1 vote then.
I'd like to make an additional motion to, that if the current vendor is not able to do so, basically provide guaranteed, secure, read-only access to this finance software, that we, by August 1st, that the board direct the superintendent to release a request for proposals for new finance software by October 1st.
You got those dates, sir?
I do.
The same as the ones that I made in the original motion.
You said October the 1st?
So they would have, by August 1st, to work it out with the current vendor, and then if not, then they would have another 2 months after that to get together an RFP and release that. And then, I'm not saying it needs to be selected, the new vendor needs to be selected by October 1st, that's just when we can put it out there, and then whatever timeframe staff needs in order to get feedback and proposals and make the selection, I mean, they can drive that timeline.
Okay, did everyone understand the motion?
Second.
Okay, we had a motion, we have a second discussion.
Can I add one thing? So this will allow the people that presented tonight, our current vendor, to come back and definitively answer yes or no.
Yes, sir. They would have about 6 weeks to do that.
Okay.
That's my understanding, they did give you an answer tonight.
But there may be improvements that they or any other could make that.
Correct. Given that they might lose a contract. I understand how that process works. Sometimes vendors get, more creative when they understand they're gonna lose revenue.
Create a little bit of competition versus monopoly.
That's right.
Ms. Nallon, how long have you been on the school board, or how long have you been working for Pender County Schools?
I've only worked for Pender County Schools for about 9 months. So
Okay.
I have over 11 years of experience in school systems and worked with multiple software companies.
Okay.
In your experience, is it good to, what would you say would be a decent time frame to do an RFP for ERPs? Every 5 years or so, 7 years, something like that? I mean, what do you think? What would be your opinion?
To be quite honest with you, DPI has a requirement of all the software companies in the game working with school system financial software. So there's only about 4 that they have. So, I mean, we're limited at best to start with.
That doesn't answer my question, though. I said, in your professional judgment, if you were to say, it's probably a good idea every so often to go out to the market to see what solutions are available to solve our problems, what would that time frame be?
I would not suggest anything above 5 years. If earliest would be 5.
Right. And it's likely been at least 5 years since we've had an RFP.
That's
If you had to bet your life savings on it, you say that's pretty good bet. Okay, so there we go.
So if they're gonna bring us the guarantee needs to be in writing that they can.
Correct.
Do
And that would
this.
be part of the, I would hope it'd be part of the proposal document, that they would have to answer that question yes or no, and if they all answer no, they all answer no. And then we don't do the access.
And this still falls under the area that Ms. Burns, and I'm not trying to speak on your behalf because you might have changed your mind, Ms. Burns, but of overreach, basic board member protocol. I don't know if maybe you're now on board with this overreach, but
No, in my opinion, it's still overreach. I think that board members have a certain, in my opinion, I feel that board members have a certain level at which we're supposed to oversee what goes on with our school system. When I joined this board, I will tell you that I've never held a position of a teacher, a principal, or a superintendent. None of us here, I don't think, have ever really worked within the school system. That's why we hire professionals to come in and take care of these situations for us. That's why we have a CFO. That's why we have a superintendent. As board members, I kind of feel like where we're supposed to be is right about up here, getting a broader view of everything. I think there is a gray area that you enter into the lower that you go and the closer that you get. And that becomes direct supervision or auditing. I feel that when you enter that gray area, then it starts getting really dark, and I believe that that is overreach. That's my interpretation. At this point, I feel that auditing our financial system is overreach. And that's my opinion, and it has not changed.
I'll say, I'm sorry.
Please, no, go ahead.
The hard thing about this is there's transparency issues, and then there's the issue of overreach. And I mean, I'll admit, this is much deeper than what I would ever go. But at the same time, I'm not a CPA.
Well, so and my argument to that would be, you know, for the same reason that Mr. Springer has lots of construction experience, sometimes he walks into a classroom and he sees something from the point of view that no one of us on this board would see it. We want Mr. Springer to bring that experience to the table. We want him to be able to be those eyes on the ground, okay? It's like saying Mr. Springer shouldn't have a key card to be able to access every classroom and be able to see if there's a maintenance issue. And that would be micromanagement. I have an immense amount of experience, and I have a license issued by the State Board of CPA examiners in order to do finance and to know what's going on. And I'm not saying that I have a lack of trust. Please understand that again. It has nothing to do with lack of trust. It has to do with the fact that there are certain people that will look at the same problem differently, and in my contribution, instead of being able to have that construction knowledge and be able to walk into the classroom and be like, hey, you know, I see there's a ceiling towel over there and there's some, you know, there's obviously a leak there, and that might be because of the HVAC system or the set point or whatever the case is. I don't know about that. Mr. Springer does. But I do know that I can look at a financial statement and see a variation over a period of time or whatever the case is, and I can ask a question that most people would not be able to ask. That's the reason for this access. So I understand that those that don't come from my background and don't have the experience may look at it differently, but I'm just trying to give a little bit of perspective on, I'm not trying to be mischievous, or I'm not trying to be a troublemaker in any of this. What I'm trying to do is bring what I think is a level of experience and background to be able to help the school system be better. And that is all I want. I think that's all we want. And I just don't understand why, and again, we're talking about something that's secure, no access to PII as part of the motion, and I'm just being able to look at, you know, hey, we spent this much money with this vendor, or we spent this money with that vendor, whatever the case is, the year over year, month over month, certain variations may be seasonal, that type of trend analysis. I can do all that stuff, and I can provide feedback in a way that I want to be helpful. So that's where I'm coming from.
I have spent, Ms. Burns, 10 years in the classroom, not in this county, but in another county before I moved here. And one thing that I do on the board is anytime I visit a classroom, I never, if I see a concern or anything, I always go to the person that's over that. This board is only person that this board can hire and fire would be the superintendent, and our only oversight is really over him. If we can't govern in that aspect, then it would be the same if any of us, if I go in the classroom and start telling the teacher how they teach based on my previous teaching experiences in a classroom. I wouldn't want that. Financially, I think everything should be an open book as it is. I think the issue that, and if I'm wrong, Ms. Cordero, just tell me, but I think the issue is that you're being dissatisfied that you're not getting the information as quick as you want. Is that what really is?
No, I don't agree with that. So first thing is...
they're offering to give you this information, they're offering to provide you this information, but because it's not getting to you in your estimate, is that what, I mean?
No. So if I could answer, the first part is, I'm not saying that I'm to be micromanaging or even wanting to communicate directly with Ms. Nolan. First, because that addresses the first part of what you said. I would bring all these concerns directly to the superintendent because, again, as you've stated, the board's job is to hire and fire the superintendent, and then his job is to responsibility is to manage the rest of the school system's employees. So what I'm saying is that I can have this access to be able to find problems that I might be able to provide him feedback with that he's not getting from the finance team, because, you know, different people look at different situations differently. The other thing is, I'm not saying that I'm not getting information in a time frame that doesn't satisfy me or that is not in my preconceived notion of what I feel is acceptable. What I'm saying is I don't think we're getting the appropriate level of data or responsiveness out of the finance team that is necessary for decision making. I am concerned about the decision-making process and this board being able to have the data that it needs in order to make good decisions. And that's why, you know, for example, we've been frustrated by the 3-tier bell system. I think staff's done a great job after our initial feedback. We got a lot more data, but you know, there might be some other issues. You know, there's still several issues that I would like to make decisions about. For example, the parking fees, where I still have a lot of unanswered questions, and we haven't received the information from the finance department. And so I don't know what else to do, you know, other than I can find the information myself. I don't see any reason why I can't find the information myself if I have read-only access and then provide my feedback to the superintendent. That saves the CFO time. It saves her staff time from not having to do that themselves, right? It's basically just eliminating multiple middle managers from the process. So I'm just trying to be efficient about it. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, he wouldn't be able, and I'm not going to debate this or argue with you on it, because we're all going to have our own opinion of how things are supposed to be done and governed. I truly believe that whatever the majority wants, I'll do with it, even if I don't agree with it. But he's not going to, you go to him, he's going to have to go to her. He's going to, I mean, it's still, when you're talking about cutting out somebody, it's not going to cut out. And the superintendent has got more on his plate than trying to run down every time a board member has a question and wants a immediate response. And so I just really feel like it's troubling me as somebody who's been on the board. I'd have no problem giving this information out, but it's just what we're setting up is really, it gives the perception that we're now hiring an auditor in-house when our books have been 100% clean. And if you can walk in and she can give you the information, then just get the information. But
I understand your point of view. I think the term audit's being used quite a few times, and I think it may be my use of the word when I originally, I think, made this motion or brought it up. And the audit process is very specific. So, Ms. Nolan, is an audit designed to detect fraud?
Yes.
Okay.
okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Then is there any other discussion? Not hearing any, then all in favor say aye.
Aye. Mr. Hall.
Any opposed?
No.
I said no too. I'm going the first one. It's a tie.
Okay, the motion dies then. All right, is there any other?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Cordero, comments from board members. We'll start with you tonight.
I think I've shared a lot, so I just want to thank everybody for your patience. And again, you know, my goal is to just help the school system be as great as it can be because I know our children deserve it. So thank you very much for your patience with me.
Oh, you're fine. Mr. Hall?
No comments.
Mr. Springer?
Yes, sir. I went on a little field trip to Raleigh over the past weekend. And just so happened to run into Mr. Berger himself. And was in discussion. I noticed 3-tier bell schedule is a hot topic, you know, about changing times and whatnot. What I'll say to that is Mr. Berger has no intentions, when I was talking to him about moving the calendar dates to the right or to the left. Unfortunately, here on the board, we have hard decisions to make, right? So he tried to explain to me that Rockingham County, being that that's one of his counties he serves, was having extremely difficult times trying to make the calendar work. My response to him was, that's only one county out of 100. The next response I did have for him, or the next response he had for me was, well, there's a labor shortage in the coastal region, and we don't need to hinder the kids to try to go to work, whatnot, right? But my response back to him was, I don't feel like we need to put our kids' education in jeopardy for a job that they're going to have for a couple of years to get out of college or have to work a job the rest of their life, right? So I basically just said that, I wanted to know if he was going to move on the calendar, and he told me he wasn't. And that pretty much ended the whole conversation. So, we're doing the best we can with what we got to work with as far as our calendar goes. And Dr. Breedlove, I applaud you for that. Mike, and you as well, going back and doing your homework, giving us more than one option that we had, to begin with. Obviously, we would have liked to poll the community, with the other options as well. But time, that's one thing we can't get back, right? So with that, I don't have anything else. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Springer. Ms. Burns, do you have any comments?
Oh, no comments tonight.
Okay, I'll make it real quick then. I want to thank the high schools that had the board members that were able to go to graduations. It was a blessing to be able to see such wonderful progress with our schools, and just to be able to see such smiling faces, not only from the students, but also from the parents. And so I was very thankful for the schools that had me participate in just a small way. Miss Burns, her son, she won't say this, but her son was valedictorian of his school that he graduated from. So I congratulate Hayden on that accomplishment. What a great accomplishment it is. I want to also say that we are going to be focusing on the new school year with attendance. And with attendance, we really want to be pushing ideas of how we can get our students to be there. It is a proven fact that when students show up, students actually, their scores go higher. And so I encourage you, parents that are still watching this YouTube video, or anyone else that might be later on stumbling across these words, to be very mindful that attendance, regardless if your child says, well, we get so many days we can miss, trust me, it's good for them to be there. And so I want to really push that. My last comment is going to be a statement that I made to a group of principals today. There's 2 object lessons, and the object lesson is that of a lollipop and a stone. And one parent had their child put a stone in their shoe while they were sucking on a lollipop. And they said, now walk around the block. They walked around the block. They came back. It was the kid's favorite lollipop. But guess what? The only thing the kid could talk about, was the discomfort of that little pebble in their shoe. And so we can focus in on all the negative, or we can focus in on the positive. As for me, I'm going to focus in on what positive we got going on. And I believe Pender County Schools has got a lot of great things happening. And I want to thank our staff and our board members and everyone else that's playing a part in that. We might not always make everyone happy with our decisions that are being voted upon, but I promise you this, is that there is a lot of thought put into it, not just what you see on the surface. So thank you.
Amen.
At this time, we'll ask our board attorney if he has any comments.
One quick comment. Senator Berger was also quoted this week about the status of the state budget. And frankly speaking, that's really important to this board and every board in the state of North Carolina. The earliest you can expect a compromised state budget is the last week in June. Now, as a reminder, we have a Democratic governor who likely will not agree with whatever this budget is. I'm not going to put words in the governor's office mouth, but I feel pretty good that I've seen enough vetoes over time that I think we've got at least another 2 weeks after that for procedural because of the 4th of July holiday before you can actually expect to have a state budget. Presumptively, middle of July, we will have a state budget. There are veto-proof majorities in both the House and Senate, but because Senator Berger is who he is, I think he's got a pretty good beat on when that state budget's actually going to get done. But the earliest it can be voted on by the 2 houses before it goes to the governor is the last week in June. But that's all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. We'll ask our superintendent, does he have any remarks?
I have a few comments. First of all, I want to thank the board. I want to thank Pender County staff, our parents, certainly our students for a successful school year as we close out this school year. I want to thank all of our students, faculty, and parents across the district for their commitment to the education system here in Pender County. It is a successful system. It's a growing system, and we are very proud of who we are and what we do. And today, speaking with our principals, assistant principals, coordinators, directors at our summer leadership retreat, is very evident that we know that we can and will be great in the coming year. I appreciate you saying this, Mr. Smith. We're going to focus not only on improving academics and the total quality of Pender County when it comes to educating students, but some of the things we're going to focus on is attendance, getting back to some of the basics, right? Every minute counts in every one of our schools. Also discipline in our schools, ensuring that every student has the right to an education, and no student has the right to disrupt that education across the board. So, yeah, we're excited. We have a laser focus on what we need to do. We're going to spend the summer getting prepared for next year, but right now, I do want all of our parents and families to know that they've earned a nice vacation. I hope they enjoy that vacation, and we certainly are looking forward to our students coming back to us next year. We have also, I want to recognize 19 Pender County schools received the 22-23 Purple Star Award that's given to North Carolina Department of Public Instruction for schools that demonstrate military-friendly practices. With that, that means 19 out of 19. We are 100%, and our district received the award. I have it here, and want to make sure that that is displayed in our main office down on Penderley Road. And that's a point of pride for our district, and we will continue to go for that because it shows our commitment to military families. June 15th through June 30th, we have continuation of our summer learning this year, as we've done over the last several years. We will continue to do that to support our students across the board. Also, next week I will be attending a summer leadership conference with other state superintendents from across the state. Looking forward to that for a couple of days, the 21st actually to the 23rd. And then the last thing I have is we do have a scheduled board meeting for July 11th at 6 p.m. And just at this point, board, once again, thank you all so much for the work that you do, the time you put in. The average person probably doesn't know that. As a new superintendent, I see it every day, speaking with you and watching the work behind the scenes. So thank you all so much for what you do, and want to congratulate you on a great school year as well. So thank you. That concludes Superintendent's report.
Thank you, Dr. Breedlove. Does anyone have the closed session motion?
Yep.
Okay.
I move that the Board of Education enter into closed session, subject to advice from the attorney pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A3, to consult with the board's attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege to consider confidential student matters as provided by NCGS 143.318.11A1 and the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, 20 U.S.C. 1232G, and NCGS 115C-402. That is the motion.
Have a motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're in closed session. Can I have a motion to come out of closed session, please?
I'll make that motion.
Have a motion, can I have a second?
Make a second.
All in favor, aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. This time, the Human Resource 13.1, can we have a motion to accept what was presented?
Motion to approve the HR report as presented by staff.
Have a motion, can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, aye.
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 Any opposed? 14.1 Human Resource Report. Is that in continuation with what we've already done, or was that for summer school?
I think you've already done summer school.
We've already done that.
Okay, so that takes care of Okay. Is there any other motions on the floor before we adjourn?
I'd like to make a motion that we have a discussion about the bell schedule.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to have about a discussion on the bill
An
schedule.
additional discussion, I should say, sorry.
That's fine. Having it tonight or for a later time period?
Tonight under this motion, or else I'll bring it up at the next meeting as well.
Okay, so we have a motion then to bring back up for discussion the bill schedule. Is there a second to the motion? Being the chair, I cannot second your motion. So being that there's no second, the motion dies. Is there any other motions on the floor?
I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to investigate the feasibility of using bond funds that were originally earmarked for auxiliary projects, like the Central Services Building, Maintenance Building, and Cafeteria renovation, for a topsail high renovation and/or other classroom construction projects.
I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second. Is there any discussion, comments, questions?
The only thing I'm going to say about this is that I attended all of the information sessions, and what we discussed was in the bond. All the projects, all the auxiliary projects that we discussed is in the bond, and the bond did get approved. And for that reason, I'm not going to be able to vote for this.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Not.
I have a question. Go ahead, Phil.
No, please,
Okay.
you go first.
So this is just to see pricing is the information. Am I understanding this motion correctly?
Correct, yeah, the motion is for staff to investigate the feasibility, so whether we can actually use some of the, actually based on, legalities and then also on budget. Would we be able to use the funds that were for the Central Services Building, Maintenance Building, Cafeteria renovation, basically the non-school classroom projects in the bond for a topsail high renovation and/or other classroom-related construction? Basically building classrooms with that money instead of, and again, this is investigating whether it's feasible in order to do that.
And so if we theoretically were to change, Brandon, I guess this is a question for you. That would require a vote between us saying okay as well as the commissioners, or?
That's, yes, sir. First, the Board of Education would have to agree to, as a majority of the board would have to say, I would like to reallocate those funds. And then the county, there'd have to be a presentation to the county, and county would have to say, yes, we agree to have that reconsidered and to move the bond process forward.
So the reason I'm confused, so for example, when I was here in my first term, and we were doing the construction of Pender Lee and the Surf City School and all that, we did value engineering, which also included cutting an entire wing off of Surf City that does not exist.
Right.
So, and I don't remember, you may.
Right.
Did we have to come to an agreement with them before we substantially changed? Because I see that as being a substantial change.
Well, no, because you didn't cut a project. So it was, you cut a wing off of a new school versus eliminating a project from a priority list of projects.
So by eliminating a project, that's what
That's
substantially changes.
Yep.
And that's what they would then have to agree to.
Yes, sir. And because, you know, the concept being when you put the general obligation bonds on the market for people to,
It's billed as such and such and such.
yeah, yeah, what's the collateral that backs up that bond is essentially the question.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, I don't mind knowing what the feasibility would be because I am the one that got, LS3P to come. And I don't think anyone here has an issue with knowing. I think the bigger issue is going against voters but at the same time, I mean, honestly, with a tax increase coming, there's other questions about could we really afford any of it, but that's not for us to debate here. That's right. So,
And I just want to comment that I respect Ms. Burns' concern greatly. I just think that in between when that work was originally done and now, we've had a demographic study, we've had a lot of data that indicate that we're going to need the classrooms more than we need the cafeteria or the central administrative building or a new maintenance building. And so I think that if we don't have staff look into that now and present us with options, then we're going to be, all those options will be off the table. So I think it's important to direct staff to do that now. But I understand your concern.
Actually, that demographic study was done prior to us getting the bond together, getting those bond projects together. We did have a demographic study beforehand. That was part of the research that we tried to get all the information that we possibly could to make the best decisions that we could.
Understood. I guess in response to that, I just said I agree with allocating the money toward classrooms instead of an administrative building. And I understand that you were a part of the board that sold it as a certain package, and you're against that. So I totally understand that.
Furthermore, I'd like to add that, West Pender Middle has had a sewage problem for multiple years, right? And here we are, in my opinion, and this is only my opinion for whatever it's worth, the money was allocated wrongly to begin with. And I'm not saying anything about you or Ken or Don, but it's like, I just don't feel like the research was very thought out. And that's all I'll say.
well,
Have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Is there any other motions? Yeah, I thought I heard someone say something about a construction.
Can we have a 3-minute recess, Mr. Chair?
Is it to go and close? Because if it's recess to discuss business, we can't do that. If it's to go,
I just wanted to clarify something, but never mind. You passed me the sheet and I'm seeing it right now. I'd like to make the motion to go with Bordeaux Mosley.
okay, and that's for our construction presentations that were done
Yes,
tonight.
that was in relation to the construction presentations that were
Okay.
done previously.
Is there a second to Ms. Burns' motion? Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Ms. Burns. I need a second.
I can't second because I'm going to be abstaining since I abstained from the presentation.
So Mr. Taylor, he's not with us any longer right now. Is that correct?
No, sir.
He had stepped out. And he had left his notes here for which one that he recommended based on.
Yep. So I see design, was it Balfour Beatty put on there, they do design build services. That's not the route we're supposedly gonna take, sir. So we did decide, correct, on, did we decide on design build?
No,
Or seal?
design build is what this board elected to do.
Okay, I had it back.
Every vendor here is doing design build.
Okay.
That's the reason they're here.
Our, Mr. Taylor put together committee that oversaw all of those groups that came in this evening. And based on the presentations and interviews, they ended up, yes,
They were number one.
ranking and selecting Bordeaux Mosley as their top-ranked group
Yes.
that came through. And they did that over a period of, I believe, a day or day and a half of presentations.
So,
Okay, so we have a motion, and so right now, we really, till we get a second, no more discussion on that particular person. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Have a second. Now we can have discussion on it. Anything that you want to say? Is there any clarifications?
There was only one, Mr. Chair, I'd like to.
Go
make a
ahead.
comment. There was only one contractor that said they did not use prototype blueprints from an architect. That was Balfour Beatty, best I heard. I'm not for prototypes. I think they should go to the drawing board and design their own if they got an architect working for their own firm. When you have prototypes, you get a lot of problems. You got a lot of RFIs, a lot of submittals. There's a lot of unnecessary time wasted during the project, the way I feel. I would venture to say that I would be more entertained to go with the Balfour Beatty before I would Bordeaux or one of the others. I yield my time back, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
I have a legal question before we vote.
okay. Have a legal question?
Brandon, if I abstain, because remember, I recused from the presentation, and I mean, I wasn't here.
Yeah, you weren't here, yeah,
I wasn't here because, again, I'm recusing from all of it.
right.
So, if I abstain, the word abstain means to avoid and to not do something.
To be absent, yes, sir.
So,
It's as if you were absent.
but in this case, if I vote abstain, is that a yes vote or a no vote?
It is as if it doesn't count, but it does not count towards the affirmative. It has the effect of being a no vote for purposes of counting, but it doesn't count for the yes or the no column. It will not be recorded as a yes or a no vote. But in order for a motion to pass, it has to have a majority supporting said motion, if that makes sense. So they
Okay,
have to,
because if I abstain from that part, I need to abstain from it all, that's my thought, but.
Okay. Does anybody have questions about my explanation of that?
No, legally, that would be his own personal choice. Legally, he wouldn't be required.
No, I'm not, I mean, yeah, I could have voted on any of it, but it's just the
Choosing
better.
not to.
Yeah, I mean, I know some of the people involved, and I
That's
just choose
cool.
to stay out of it, so.
Okay?
And in contrast, Mr. Chair, I'll say.
You're good.
In contrast, to what I did say, when you do use prototypes, they have worked through a lot of the problems that they ran into in prior projects, right? But that's not to say that we'll run into those same projects. It's not to say we won't create additional projects or problems within that prototype. Just be mindful of that if it arises a second before voting.
Okay, is there any other comments, questions? All right, all in favor of the motion that is on the table, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
And I abstain.
Okay. And are you abstaining also, Mr. Springer? Any opposed? We have 2 ayes and,
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
oh, okay.
I lost you.
Oh, you're fine. I'm easy to find. So, so the motion,
That white pocket's up.
the motion carries. Is there any other motions? Can I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
I make a motion we adjourned.
Well, that's
I'll
about
second.
most unified I've seen the board tonight. So have a motion, have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
We have
There we go.
3 to 1.